do voters tune it out when Harris says Trump is dangerous or when he says everything will be a disaster if she wins?
It seems like a lot of the people who might be persuadable have maybe already been persuaded. And again, that leaves both campaigns kind of, sifting around to try to find, undecideds or to sort of figure out a message that's persuasive. I mean, it feels like a closer election, at least in terms of the polls, than 2016 and 2020. But the actual elections in 2016 and 2020 were really close. You had, the states that really put Trump over the finish line. He won those by a little less than 80,000 votes. And then the states that put Biden over the finish line in 2020, despite winning the popular vote by 4.5 points, it was, Georgia, Arizona, and Wisconsin, and he won by a combined 43,000 votes. So, if this election is in fact as close as those, and you have, a fairly tight margin in the decisive states, really deciding this thing, that's kind of what the polls are suggesting right now. Maybe the polls are off and this thing's going to break one way or the other. But at this point, it's, I think that the surprise wouldn't be if either Trump or Harris won. The surprise would be if it wasn't close, if you had a more decisive outcome in the key states than you saw in 2016 or 2020.
What are the main issues that voters are paying attention to or that they say they care about? Is the economy still number one?
Yeah, I'd say the economy generally, although different people have different perceptions of it, obviously, and also people aren't just voting based on how they feel about the economy or who they feel like is a better candidate for the economy. If that was true, Donald Trump, I think, would probably be a relatively clear favorite because he usually has an advantage on that issue. But Harris has advantages on other issues. I'd say abortion, reproductive rights is a big one, and that's one that is certainly an animating issue, particularly for folks on the left, given the Roe v. Wade decision from a couple of years ago. Republicans have a big advantage on immigration generally. I don't necessarily know how much that's moving, kind of persuadable voters. I think maybe it's more of a base turnout kind of message for Republicans, but they tend to have advantages on that particular issue too. If Trump were to win, I think it would probably be that, despite a lot of voters' misgivings about him personally, that they basically would have felt like his economic stewardship from when he was president was better than what Harris is offering. If that is indeed the case, in hindsight, that will have been a fairly simple explanation. It's a lot easier to figure that out after the fact than it is in advance, because again, despite Trump's usual advantages on that issue, although it doesn't seem like his advantage is as strong as it was a few months ago.
What about young voters? Are there more young people registering to vote this year than in previous years?
I don't know if we have great data about that. And also we focus so much on younger people. Young voters don't turn out, unfortunately, at the rates that older voters turn out with. And I just say that as someone who kind of has a bias toward more participation, particularly for young people, because you feel like, just like anything else, I think voting can be habit forming, and I think it's a positive thing for more people to participate. Again, there's a lot of focus on young people, but ultimately, older voters vote at higher rates, and if you make improvements with older people, you could that can help you even if you're losing amongst younger people. A lot of polling this year has shown the young vote kind of all over the map, although I think a lot of the kind of larger sample size surveys of young people particularly don't really show much difference in 2020, and that's kind of what I'm expecting.
Anecdotally, I have a 17-year-old who's getting bombarded by political text message ads, and she won't be old enough to vote until after the election. So it got me wondering, how do campaigns decide who to target with direct messaging, or does each campaign operate differently on the digital front?
Sounds like whoever's messaging here isn't doing a particularly good job of targeting.
Right.
I will say that I think that some of the, Donald Trump there's been a lot of conversation about how his campaign and his voter outreach effort is kind of really trying to target low propensity voters. And some of them happen to be younger men in particular, who might be hard to reach. But if you could turn those people out, maybe your expectation is that they will support you if you're Trump. I think Harris is trying to do that as well. Sometimes these efforts can be very sophisticated and be right on the nose. Sometimes people get targeted who aren't persuadable or maybe aren't even eligible to vote.
One other thing, I'm wondering if there's anything that stands out to you as a trend in this race compared to 2020, at least, or can a comparison not really even be made after 2 assassination attempts and a late change in one party's candidate?
I think you mentioned these factors, unique to 2024, and a lot of things that don't have great precedent. I mean, Harris taken over for Biden that late in the calendar, there really is no precedent for that in modern times, or even going back many decades. But despite all of this, there really is a lot of continuity, I think. And again, 2016 and 2020 were really close, competitive, and 2024 is shaping out that way too. I mean, again, the polls are closer this time than particularly 2020, but also 2016. But maybe they're just better reflecting reality.
Kayal Kondik, managing editor for Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-907-8429. 888-907-8429. That's 888-907-8429.
There's nothing quite like the Honda Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and CR-V Hybrid when it comes to exhilarating efficiency. With hybrid technology and thrilling capability, these vehicles deliver an electrifying performance on every drive. But what truly makes these hybrids special is the unwavering determination that inspires everything we do. Redefine your driving experience with Honda, KBB.com's best value brand of 2024.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
Based on 2024 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelly Blue Book, visit kbb.com for more information.
Gather your family and friends for the Buddy Walk and Family Fun Day on Sunday, October 20th at Lincoln Financial Field. Let's celebrate individuals with Down syndrome and have a fun morning. Proceeds benefit CHOP's Trisomy 21 program and the National Down Syndrome Society. Learn more at buddywalk.chop.edu.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379. 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune into a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Get the latest news and information that affects your health and wellness. This Saturday, October 12th at 10 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Officials in Florida are urging the last of the Gulf Coast residents to evacuate before Hurricane Milton's arrival. Fox's Evan Brown has got the very latest from the Sunshine State.
The window of time left to evacuate Florida's west coast is closing, says Governor Ron DeSantis.
So don't put yourself in a situation where you're waiting until the last minute. You start seeing 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds whipping, rain and nasty conditions, and think that's the time you want to get on the interstate. That will not be a good time for that.
Storm effects both north and south of Tampa Bay are expected Wednesday, though traffic is a concern. Shelters are open, but officials are encouraging evacuees to stay at hotels or with family and friends to keep demand down.
And the new memoir from former First Lady Melania Trump being released today.
Former First Lady Melania Trump's memoir is now on bookstore shelves, giving readers a first-hand look at her life as a child in Slovenia, the world of high fashion, and her experience as a wife and mother. In the run-up to the book's release, she made headlines when an excerpt revealed that she supported abortion rights, something she spoke about this weekend on Fox's Sunday Morning Futures.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers, and I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rich Zioli.
Jimmy Fallon. Kamala came out with the Spanish accent yesterday too, trying to rock a little AOC. So I'm waiting for her to do an Italian accent and come out there and be like, "Hey yo, not for nothing, but the price of gabagool is too much."
Oh, that's funny. Depends where she's campaigning. Like if they do a Staten Island rally, you're gonna see that. You know how the old Italian men make up words? Like, hey, did you get a little botchka to go? Huh? You need a little scabba to go? That's gonna be Kamala.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Hutchinson Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing brings the plumbing expertise you need for fast home solutions. Whether you've got leaky pipes, a clogged drain, or a water heater disaster, Hutchinson has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing repair. Expert technicians, same-day service, and a job done right the first time. Need an expert plumber today? Visit HutchComfort.com, and Hutchinson's help is on the way.
Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle. It's a lifestyle.
Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery, 3 exclusive brands, each with distinct characteristics that reflect unique driving needs. To ensure the finest ownership experience, every new Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery vehicle is covered by a 4-year or 50,000-mile limited warranty, 24-hour roadside assistance, and more. Visit one of 4 convenient locations: Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Wilmington, and Harrisburg, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need, and with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day to start the trading week Monday. The Dow fell 399, the S&P 500 off 55, the Nasdaq lost 214. The latest U.S. trade balance figures get released today, and a number of big companies issue earnings reports this week. PepsiCo today, Delta Airlines Thursday, J.P. Morgan and Wells Fargo Friday. A couple of important legal rulings Monday. A federal judge ordering Google to tear down the digital walls blocking its Android app store from competition. Another federal judge ruling the Federal Trade Commission can proceed with its landmark antitrust lawsuit against Amazon. And the nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget suggesting a Kamala Harris presidency presidency could increase the national debt by $3.5 trillion over 10 years, and that former President Trump's policies could add between another $7.5 and $15.2 trillion to the debt. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
There is a lot of fear in Florida. A monster hurricane named Milton is coming.
This is the first time we ever even talked about doing sandbags or tarps, and everyone that I know who usually is like, we'll ride it out, is like, we're leaving.
Many have been ordered to evacuate along the west coast from the Tampa area to the Fort Myers region that was devastated by Ian 2 years ago.
I've already boarded up my mom's house, boarded up my kid's house, and now I'm working on my house.
A massive storm surge is a big concern along Florida's Gulf Coast. Less than 2 weeks after another hurricane hit, Helene, causing devastation far away.
We never thought it would hit up here in these mountains like this. But when we walked down and seen that road gone and that bridge gone, I mean, it took my breath. I was like, what happened?
Flooding happened in western North Carolina, cutting a lot of people off in mountain areas, causing more than 200 deaths in 6 states, many others unaccounted for.
We try to find our friends. We can't. We don't know
if they're dead or alive.
And many of the victims with damaged homes or nothing left did not have insurance covering that.
It is an amazing period for tropical activity, and it shows why being financially protected from these storms is so important.
Mark Friedlander is Corporate Communications Director at the Insurance Information Institute.
It's really important to have what we call a go bag, which includes important documents, how to contact your insurance company. The good news is many property insurers today have mobile apps, which makes it really easy to start a claim, and you don't even need your paperwork, because if you have the mobile app on your phone already, you have taken the first step to filing a claim. But the other big step is having a home inventory. It's really important to have a documented inventory, all your possessions, photos of everything, because you want to prove what you had in your home before the storm. We recommend you store it somewhere on the cloud, somewhere outside your home, so you can get easy access to it. And it would make the claim filing process so much smoother.
Okay. There's another element, though, that is difficult for people, and that is if they get flooded out. I mean, we've had that from parts of Florida all the way up to western North Carolina. Creeks overran, towns and communities got destroyed by flooding. That's different than your regular homeowner's insurance, correct?
Absolutely. A lot of consumers don't understand the difference between flood insurance and property insurance. And it is very clear in your property insurance policy, whether it's a home policy, a condo policy, even a renter's policy, flood insurance is not typically included. You need to purchase that separately, either through the National Flood Insurance Program or a private flood insurer. And sadly, the catastrophe we've seen, particularly in the Southern Appalachians, where so few homeowners have flood insurance. In fact, it's under 1% in most of the hardest hit areas. Flood insurance is the biggest insurance gap we see across the country today. Roughly about 6% of U.S. homeowners have flood insurance. So that leaves 94% that are vulnerable to floods. And if your insurance agent's telling you you're safe, you're at a low risk zone, maybe find another agent, because all insurance agents should be pushing you to purchase flood insurance. In fact, if you're considered in a low to moderate risk area, your flood coverage may run only $40 to $50 a month. That is well worth the investment, because 1 inch of water could equal $25,000 or more damage, just 1 inch. Can you imagine the scenes we've experienced here in Appalachia from Hurricane Helene, and feet of water in your home? How much damage that is? Homes swept away, just a terrible tragedy. And without flood insurance, you have no financial protection for that type of disaster.
What about wind driven, like you have a horrible rainstorm and that causes damage and rain gets in and something like that to your home. You didn't have a creek that overflowed and it flooded you out, but you had something like that. Would that be covered by regular insurance?
Yes, we call that top-down water damage. For example, the wind tore a hole in your roof, the rain poured in, damaged your home. That is covered by your property insurance. So typically top-down is property insurance. Bottom up, meaning flood or storm surge, is flood insurance. That's how you can tell the difference.
Okay, all right. And what if there was a hill and you had torrential rain in this era of climate change? We've seen that, a foot of rain that they didn't expect, and you get flooded that way. Is that the same as a creek overflows or the storm surge when I'm on the coast comes in and floods me out? Is that different or no?
It is really the same. Yeah, it's also would be considered a flood insurance type of loss. Once again, property insurance losses are typically when the home has been damaged by wind and there was rain intrusion because of that.
Gotcha. Okay. What should I also worry? There's a Wall Street Journal story. Owners of homes and businesses slammed by Helene could be in for a nasty shock when they check the small print of their policies. And the idea of the story was that property insurers in recent years have trimmed coverage and had increased rates. So when they say look at the fine print, what should I as a homeowner be looking for when it comes to my coverage for my property?
Your property insurance policy clearly spells out what perils are covered. And windstorm damage is typically part of a standard home, condo, or renter's policy.
There's like if a tree comes down on my home, right? Like a tree?
Yes, that's covered. Yeah, exactly. That's covered. But here's another scenario. A tree hits your home and it destroys your garage and your cars in your garage. Yeah. Well, the property damage component is covered by the home insurance, but the vehicle damage is covered by another policy, comprehensive auto, which is about 75% of drivers have that. It's an optional coverage that you add to a standard auto policy. So sometimes both your property and auto insurance come into play because a tree fell on your home.
Okay. What about we talk about the numbers, whether it's deductibles or what, but when you have homeowners insurance, you can have different types of coverage, right?
Everybody has a standard home deductible, which most people across the country have, but they also have a hurricane deductible. And when there is a named hurricane like Milton, that goes into effect. So any wind damage from the storm this week would be subject to the deductible, meaning the windstorm deductible is subtracted from your claim. So you have to keep that in mind too. And typically many people will choose a higher deductible to keep their premium costs down.
Right.
So you just have to remember that when you have a high deductible.
Okay. But when it comes to the damage, when you have your policy, what should you be wanting? The cost to completely replace your home? Is that different than just the cost of damage?
Right, it is. There's two different types. There's replacement cost value, which is the full replacement cost of your home based on current market conditions, meaning all your possessions would be replaced at current value. But many policies are written with what's called actual cash value, ACV, and that factors in depreciation. It is a cheaper policy in terms of overall cost of the premium, but you get a lot less coverage. So you have to be really careful and understand what type of policy you have, and you can make changes. That's the important point. If you realize you have actual cash value and you'd rather have replacement cost value, you could change that. However, once a storm watch or warning is issued for your area, you typically can't make changes. You need to plan ahead. And we always recommend doing an annual insurance checkup. No matter where you live, do a checkup with your agent. Many people think they are well protected there. But if you have not updated your policy in recent years, you could have a huge gap. The Insurance Information Institute analyzed 3 years of data, 2020 through 2022, that showed a cumulative replacement cost increase of 55%. Due to supply chain disruption, escalating cost of construction materials and labor. You could have a large gap thinking, I have this great policy, but if it's outdated, it's not going to be enough to cover the replacement cost of your home if it's severely damaged or destroyed. So you need to make sure your replacement cost is up to date, covers current inflationary impacts, and you will be fully financially protected from the next hazard that comes your way.
But your insurance will cost a lot more, or how much more are we talking?
It depends. It really varies. I mean, I know personally, I increased my replacement cost value a few years ago, and I increased it by a couple $100,000. It didn't cost that much. It wasn't that much of a difference. So it really varies. But the bottom line is, you don't want to have a policy that has a $200,000 gap. Nobody wants to have that, because you file a claim and then realize you're not going to get enough money to rebuild your home. We've seen this in wildfires, tornadoes, hurricanes, and this has been happening for several years. This isn't a new phenomenon. You want to make sure your policy is as solid and as comprehensive as possible to give you the financial protection you need to recover from a catastrophe.
What do people do in some of these? We talked about the flood issue. What do these people do? They don't have the insurance. Their place is gone. What do they do?
Well, FEMA will provide emergency grants in those situations. However, it may give you some funds to get back on your feet. It's not going to rebuild your home. FEMA grants are not a replacement for insurance. We always tell consumers this. It's a starting point. It will help you with some emergency family expenses. It's not insurance. You need to own your risk and make sure you understand the risk in your area and take the steps to have adequate financial protection. And we certainly never want to shame storm victims, especially with a catastrophe as broad as Hurricane Helene. But it's just really sad to see so many homeowners will have a very difficult time to recover in the areas that were hard hit by flooding because they had no flood insurance. It makes it really difficult to recover from these types of hazards when you don't have financial protection through insurance.
Flood insurance. It's not something that a lot of private companies offer, right? This is more of a federal program?
Well, actually, the private market has grown substantially. There are options, and that's why it's so important to go to your agent, get quotes, get a quote from the federal program, the National Flood Insurance Program, as well as some quotes from the private market, what's available in your market. And sometimes the private market policies are less expensive and they offer more coverage, including something really important called loss of use, which is additional living expenses. National Flood Insurance Program policies do not offer that.
So bottom line, no matter where you live, review, right?
I don't care where you live. If it rains at your home, it could flood. That's just the best takeaway message I could give at this point. Don't think you are not at risk from flooding. It could flood anywhere.
Mark Friedlander, Director of Corporate Communications with the Insurance Information Institute. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-907-8429. 888-907-8429. That's 888-907-8429.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Howard Eskin here, and as you should know, my friends at Jack Daniels have always made whiskey. But there's one thing Jack can't make more of. That's moments. So let's make sure we're making the most of every moment. Whether today's the day you try that thing you've always wanted to do, or you're just going to sip a glass of Jack and catch up with a friend. Make it count. Jack Daniels. Please drink responsibly.
Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks. Copyright 2020. Jack Daniels, all rights reserved.
Do you need to improve your smile? Get a dynamite smile with Lumineers. Make a great impression with friends, family, dates, and job interviews. Dr. Heinbaugh of American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center is the area's only certified Lumineers dentist. Don't have your teeth reduced with traditional veneers. Lumineers are the greatest development in dentistry today. No grinding shots or pain. Lumineers save tooth structure. Lumineers are patented and proprietary. Lumineers last many years with a track record of over 25 years and more. Don't hide your teeth. Show off your dynamite smile. Dr. Heinbaugh is thrilled with his Lumineers. Call today for your free consultation and Lumi Smile, a simulation of how you can have a beautiful smile. No more crooked yellow teeth spaces and many other conditions eliminated. Call American Dental Implant and Lumineers Center in Springfield, Pennsylvania, Delaware County. 610-543-0222. 610-543-0222. That's 610-543-0222.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about your thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Hurricane Milton expected to make landfall in Florida Wednesday after a rapidly strengthening system has now moved. It is a Category 4 storm. St. Petersburg Mayor Ken Welch says Milton could bring a storm surge worse than Helene.
The most important thing at this point is to save lives. And we can do that by moving to a safe place and shelter if you are ordered to evacuate.
North Carolina mountains still recovering from the devastation of Hurricane Helene.
Homes and businesses ripped from their foundations, many without power or running water, and some people still unaccounted for. North Carolina's governor reassured victims that help is coming, but for many it hasn't. Now, soldiers from the Army's 82nd Airborne and private organizations and volunteers from across the country flood the affected areas to help those trying to pick up the pieces.
Fox's Griff Jenkins, America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Chiefs will enter their bye week without a loss. Kansas City defeated the Saints 26-13 on Monday Night Football, improving to 5-0 on the season. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes completed 28 of his 39 passing attempts for 331 yards. Tight end Travis Kelce had a season-high 9 catches for 70 yards, and wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster had 130 receiving yards. Saints quarterback Derek Carr left the game in the fourth quarter with an oblique injury as New Orleans dropped its third in a row. With the win, the Chiefs joined the Vikings as the only NFL teams without a loss through the first 5 weeks of the season. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I get more mad about people that are sent to cover a sport or that label themselves sports writers that I can tell don't understand how sports work. I think W fans only like the W and they don't actually like sports. They like the W and they want to keep actual sports fans away from the league, which is terrible business and really dumb of anyone trying to do that. But it's everybody that's insulated within that league, like Frankie Della Creta, that is saying we want our little bubble to remain and we don't want you on the outside being a fan of this. And I will never understand that for a person that I would think would be all about openness and honesty and embracing everyone and holding hands and doing this thing. This is a very slanted view towards you wanting to create a space that's just for you and for your fans of this, but not really fans of sport. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Some sheltered dogs from areas hit by Hurricane Helene have been relocated to our region and will be up for adoption. There's a bill moving through the PA House that would fine non-electric vehicles for parking in spots reserved for EVs. And psychedelic mushrooms could soon be legalized for medical treatment in New Jersey.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Jake Matthews.
What's on your mind?
On Sunday, September 29th, I decided to pack up my truck, stop by Walmart in Richmond, Virginia, gather needed supplies, and drive down to Western North Carolina. At this point, I had not heard from my family in over 4 days, and the images coming out of our hometown were devastating. Helene dropped nearly 3 feet of rain on mountain communities with wind gusts more than 80 miles per hour in some places. A historic storm, Helene broke records dating back nearly 110 years. The last thing on my mind when driving 8 hours home on a different route than usual, because I-40 was shut down, was the November 5th election. But as time has passed, I've become worried that the voices of Southern Appalachia will not be heard. My family was fortunate not to be harmed. In many ways, this is the inspiration behind my piece. While I cannot be home to help with extended cleanup efforts and do not have to worry about my family's safety, I think it is vital to raise awareness of the electoral impacts in these communities so they can focus on rebuilding their lives. For the families who lost everything, this is the last thing they should have to worry about. Friends I went to school with are still missing. Families I grew up with watched their homes swept hundreds of yards downriver. For these families, they are worried about their next meal and whether or not they will see their loved ones. In the days since the storm ravaged our community, our neighbors have come together in big ways, representing the authentic culture of Appalachia. Our communities are banding together in a way that has never been seen before. The last thing on many people's minds, however, is how this will impact their ability to vote in November. While families are coping with loss and communities come together to help each other out, state leaders need to start making plans to ensure those impacted by these devastating storms have the ability to make their voices heard at the ballot box. I have seen the social media posts, and I have spoken to many of our close friends and neighbors who are legitimately concerned about the politics at play here. Despite the news stories and photo ops, they have not seen FEMA. They have not seen the governor. All they have seen are their neighbors and outside private groups of volunteers coming in to help them. As Americans, we don't want to believe this is true, but these are the experiences of Southern Appalachia. Critical swing states like Georgia and North Carolina have had towns wiped off the map, and many of them are in rural conservative areas that would traditionally come home for Republicans. Western North Carolina and southern Georgia are two of the most densely populated regions for Republican voters in each respective state. The absence of these voices could sway how each state votes and ultimately be the deciding factor in who gets elected in November. Just this week, the United States Postal Service announced major disruptions in both Georgia and the Carolinas, a concern for the almost 200,000 North Carolinians and absentee requests continuing in for Georgia over the next few weeks. There is concern that ballots will not be returned or even delivered to voters. With Wi-Fi outages plaguing the region and no update on when cell service will return, the ability to communicate changes to voting procedures will become increasingly difficult the closer we get to the election. Larger counties like Buncombe and Watauga might have the ability to accommodate these changes, but what about smaller counties like Madison and Yancey in North Carolina? These issues are trivial in the larger reality compared to the reality faced by so many in Helene's path. However, ensuring that victims of Helene's wrath can vote is a duty that every single lawmaker and government official should fulfill. The North Carolina State Board of Elections has begun the process of ensuring everyone has access to vote. I implore Governor Roy Cooper and elected leaders in Georgia and North Carolina to take proactive steps so the votes of those impacted by Helene are safe, secure, and accounted for. Southern Appalachia will rebuild. It's in our DNA, but we need to ensure we have the resources necessary to come back stronger. That includes the essentials like water, dry food, baby formula, diapers, and importantly, the ability to make our voices heard. I am Jake Matthews, Director of Media Services at JOK Political Strategies.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of two, and a grandmother of two. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. There's a real demand for backup power in areas hard hit by Hurricane Helene and now Milton. So it's no surprise Generac Holdings, that makes generators, is seeing its fortunes rise. Its stock was up 8.5% Monday. Beef price fixing, that's the accusation by McDonald's against meat suppliers, including Tyson Foods, JBS, and Cargill, saying they coordinated to fix, raise, stabilize, or maintain the price of beef at inflated levels. McDonald's has filed suit. No response yet from the companies. FTX customers who lost digital assets when the cryptocurrency exchange imploded nearly 2 years ago are being made whole. A bankruptcy judge has approved a repayment plan that could net shareholders in the fraud-tainted exchange a slice of $1 billion in seized assets. Some FTX customers, though, have criticized the plan because the payments will be made in cash instead of crypto. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-296-7260. That's 800-296-7260. 800-296-7260.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, October 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting today, in for Greg Stocker, live from Nashville, Tennessee. Bill Almquist, Henry Michette, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, as we have an action-packed Tuesday for you. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday indeed. Sean Farish in Tennessee. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing good. You got a hurricane out there in the Gulf, so the storm tracker in me is all about it. I love the weather, and this is going to be a beast. And we're just watching it really close. Hopefully it continues to weaken. It's down to a Category 4 this morning, so we'll continue to watch that.
Well, that is good. I saw you tweeting a lot yesterday. You do love the weather. You know the whole audio and video and social media and radio and imitations and everything that you do at the high level that you do. If that doesn't work out, you might be the next Jim Cantori for the Weather Channel.
I'll tell you this. First of all, we do everything at the highest level. Nobody has a higher level. I'm higher than Hunter, believe it or not, Hunter Biden. But we love, I have to say this, we love the weather. And there's a new beast of the Southeast. Stacey Abrams is happy. Milton is the new beast of the Southeast. But it's going to be okay. I have been fascinated with the weather for a long time. No training, but I do follow the best. I really do follow the best people. Joe Bastardi, Reed Timmer, Steve DiMartino up in the Northeast. If you guys ever need forecasts in the Northeast, the NJ PA weather on X, he's fantastic. So follow him. You'll learn a lot.
There you go. We got a lot of good things to get to this morning. I want to zero in on the way the media, the establishment, the Democrats treat Elon Musk, especially after Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. Also, with Florida getting ready to brace for another hurricane. As Sean mentioned, Milton is barreling towards Florida. It's been dropped from a Category 5 to a Category 4. We need to get more deeper here into what exactly FEMA will do or what they won't do, what their funds look like. We'll get into that this morning. Also, the back and forth between Kamala Harris and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as Florida gets ready for what could be one of the worst disasters they've ever experienced. And also, you know, sometimes in sports radio, they go back years later and they revisit trades, which team got the best of the deal. We might need to do that this morning with Victor Boot and Brittany Griner. You might recall that trade that the Biden administration made. We'll give you an update on that. And also Kamala's media tour that included 60 Minutes and Bill Whitaker last night. I don't know if you guys watched it live. I stayed up to watch it so our audience didn't have to. I'll leave it at that. We'll get to that in the cut sheet. But what a doozy that was. So we got a lot of good things to get to. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:06, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This Tuesday morning, October 8th, we are at 53 degrees. I almost said 63, but 53 degrees. A few cooler days in the forecast, so we'll give you the full forecast in just a moment. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds. Two tragic stories in Philadelphia. So I'll begin in Kensington, where Philadelphia police say they're searching for a gunman accused of firing a shot that killed an innocent bystander after they say that there was a fight inside of a store. So it spilled outside of the city's, and this is Kensington, in Kensington, in the city of Philadelphia, but it happened early this morning, about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the steak and beer store along the 2700 block of Kensington Avenue. So this woman is just walking down the street, minding her own business, and she's pretty much a block or a half a block away from the store and where these two individuals are arguing. And one pulls out a gun, fires at the other, like we talk about the Wild Wild West, missed his target who was closer, and unfortunately that bullet travels almost a block away and strikes her. I mean, it's an unbelievable story as we look at this. So they say that police watched surveillance footage while working the case inside that beer store, the steak and beer store. Police say the shooter got into the fight inside with at least two other guys. Then it continues with at least one of them. And that's when the shooter walks away, turns around, and as he's walking away, fires one shot. That's the bullet that travels. I mean, it's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling.
You're right. It is. The shooters in this city have the accuracy of Jalen Hurts without A.J. Brown in the lineup. It's just awful. I mean, that you miss, and first of all, you miss. It's great that you miss. It's too bad the bullet just couldn't lodge itself in like a brick wall, but it hits a person a block away. It's almost impossible to do.
And so there are witnesses right there in and around the store. They immediately flag down a police cruiser that is right there. And it's one of these situations, by all accounts, that the police didn't waste any time. They scooped up the victim, rushed her in their vehicle to the nearest hospital, where tragically the emergency department, the nurses in the ER, they could not save her life. So I don't have the ID on this victim, but they have a ton of surveillance video, they say, and they say this is critical to tracking down the shooter. They're confident they're going to get their man. So we'll continue to follow that one. Another one here, a grocery store employee in critical condition right now, thus far surviving, just really gripping to his life. But police say a customer shot the grocery store employee in the parking lot in the ShopRite. This is in the city's Olney section. This happened last night, about 11 o'clock last night, North Front Street and East Olney Avenue. So the 23-year-old victim works as a cart attendant and was in the parking lot about an hour before the store was supposed to close. So they're, gathering up all the carts. So they say he gets into an argument with a 30-year-old customer, and that the customer ends up pulling out his legally licensed firearm, firing 3 shots, striking this employee who's a cart attendant twice in his abdomen. And the employee then ran into the store, gets help, police, medics. They ultimately rush him to the hospital. He's undergoing surgery as we speak. What about the 30-year-old shooter? We're told legal gun owner. He stayed on the scene, cooperated fully with police, and they say that preliminary info shows that the shooter does have the valid permit to carry that firearm, that handgun. They're working with police looking at the surveillance cameras at the store, trying to figure out exactly what happened.
I wonder if it was a Glock, and if that person uses the Glock on the range to practice like Kamala Harris does.
Stop.
Apparently she has a gun now, right?
That's right.
If her campaign wasn't failing, she wouldn't have to lie about something the left hates, right? Could you imagine if Trump had to come out and say, we love these illegals. They're great people. We're going to keep all of them to win votes. Like, could you imagine having to pander that far for him?
Yep, good
the
point.
fact that she has to reach so far to the right, okay, with this whole gun thing, tells you she's not in a good spot, and her internals are probably like bad, really bad.
Bingo.
Really bad. We have a lot of news locally, regionally, nationally. I'll just point you to a story about one Pennsylvania school district that's making headlines this morning because they boarded up surveillance windows they installed in their gender-neutral student bathrooms. They installed them at the beginning of the school year, and one group is calling it a grotesque and hateful effort just to embarrass transgender students. This is Hanover School District in York County.
Oh, okay.
And they installed these windows into gender-inclusive bathrooms. And this is actually, what I will say the broader picture of. I know we can talk about this case, but this is actually a middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And in truth, it's all of these different school districts across our region, across the country, trying to grapple with the new Title IX rules under Biden-Harris that went into effect, and then reacting to the community, worrying about what's going on. And this is an example of it, rather than focusing on this as, oh, look at this story and criticize the school. I would just put it in perspective that, they've said we're doing the best we can. We just got the warning in August, remember August 1st, over the summer.
Uh-huh.
So they're trying to appease worried parents, community members, and as well follow the law.
Surveillance windows in the bathroom for gender inclusive. So I guess my reaction is, were the windows installed to make sure that there's no funny business between a man and a woman in the bathroom?
No, not at all.
Okay.
So you know how when you go in the bathroom and it's kind of like the corn maze of cinder block hall that kind of goes around, and then you have the stalls.
Sure.
And they do have the individual stalls that are, with the metal doors. The school district says they actually did this because of vaping. Kids go in there and they stand and they vape and they smoke, and they said, we're not trying to do anything about gender inclusive, but because it's one of those gender neutral bathrooms, they had boys and girls going in there to vape.
Oh, jeez.
So here's what school officials and teachers, have to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So we have that going on. I just wanted to point that out locally to you. And of course, the big story gripping the nation. And Sean, you're not the only one. I think everybody is talking about even sending money, sending prayers, sending goods to our neighbors to the south, whether it's to the cleanup, because it's less than 2 weeks ago, obviously, that tragically, Hurricane Helene struck Florida, as well as these 5 other southern states we've talked a lot about. But now we have Hurricane Milton, and yes, it did gain in the winds to a Cat 5, now down to a Cat 4. Generally speaking, as they near landfall, they will diminish in speed. It's still barreling at 155 miles an hour toward it's headed right for slamming into Tampa at this point. So they are giving emergency warnings to especially residents of Tampa. Get out. I'll say most people on the Gulf Coast there are heeding these warnings. They've done a pretty good job days ahead, but you're always going to have people who say, I've lived here through every hurricane, they're not going to leave their house.
I'm going to brace the storm. Yep.
And you have a lot of...
Well, the good news with Milton is it just brushed with the Yucatan, and it lost some steam out there, and it's going to be, at least from all the models, everything north of where it's at right now, there's increased wind shear, so it's going to have a hard time. I think it's going to have a hard time reaching Category 5 strength again. That doesn't mean it's not a serious storm. Mm-hmm. Storm surge is usually the biggest threat with hurricanes anyway. If you're near the water, get away from the water. it's the same deal. And DeSantis is, if I'm in Florida, DeSantis is the guy I want in charge with these storms. He proved it with Ian in 22, Idalia in 23, Helene in 24. He'll get them through Milton, and he doesn't want the federal government involved, which I wouldn't either. You don't need this many chefs in the kitchen, right?
Yep.
Especially when the chefs that are coming from the federal government have never cooked before. So he's going to handle this like a champ. He's going to put on a clinic. Take notes, everybody. That's all I'm going to say.
Mustard. Yes.
You point out
and mustard.
And it's important that you're pointing that out, Sean, because the truth is that while there is a ton of criticism about the slow response of FEMA to especially states like North Carolina, I think DeSantis is the good example of what state level leadership looks like. And he came out yesterday and said, yes, we're working with FEMA, but at his people's direction. So the state level does the, allocation, says, okay, great, we'll take your FEMA, resources, we'll take from other states, but we are going to allocate it because we're on the ground, we're local, and we're less bureaucratic.
That's right.
And I think he's a great example of that local leadership, and hopefully everybody, like you said, takes heed of it.
Take notes.
Yeah. As of right now, because I looked up since you mentioned it, so it looks like it is expected, according to the National Hurricane Center, to have, once it hits Tampa, the Tampa Bay, 111 to 129 miles an hour. So when it makes landfall, looks like it will be a Category 3. That's what they're counting on. But this is a head-on hit with a major hurricane. This has not happened in more than a century. And that's why they say emergency evacuation. They've been doing this for days. And because there are so many bridges and causeways, that sort of thing, that at some point they're going to say shelter in place.
Yeah, Tony Bruno just got done boarding up his home that he's trying to build. It's on his Twitter feed if you want to watch his video. He's sitting there on the second floor of his unfinished house in a little reclining folding type chair, lawn chair, showing you the weather as he just got done boarding up his entire house that he's in the process of building.
But I'll tell you this though, this is a lot of people are talking about this being the worst head-on, as you said, Dawn, hit by a hurricane in Tampa Bay since 1848. There was they called it the Great Gale of 48. It was actually a storm that took a pretty similar path to Milton, and it hit Tampa Bay head-on, and it changed their coastline, changed the makeup of their coastline. So don't play games with hurricanes if you're on the water. That's just a general rule of thumb. Oh, what do you know? You're from New York. Yeah, you're right, but it's true. Just this is a big one. Take it seriously.
Yep.
Amen, brother. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning, and I should mention as well that we've got Game 3 tonight at the Mets. This is a critical game, obviously, tonight and tomorrow night. So not home in the NLDS. 5:08 is game time today and tomorrow for our Phillies. So
Aaron Nola tonight, baby. Aaron Nola.
And he's cool, right? He's he's experienced.
He's been around 10 years.
He'll get her done.
I hope so.
Not good.
I taught him how to pitch, by the way. I taught him how. I said, this is a split finger fastball. You split the fingers like, well, we're not going to say it, but it's a great thing. We split the fingers.
Cheering on our Phillies. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning because if you're ready for fall, you should be with Budget Blinds. They're your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty. And that's in the entire business, by the way. And so just schedule this. Get it on the calendar. You get your free consultation with Budget Blinds and ask about their special radio offer. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring our first newscast of the day for here, Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:20 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
The Big Take this morning, eliminating Elon. A few years ago, Elon Musk, he was a mainstream media darling, right? The left loved him. Liberals would drive around in their Tesla as they helped fight climate change. They raved about his curiosity with a company such as SpaceX. And then something changed. The left witnessed Elon Musk do something they disagreed with. So now they must excoriate Elon. They saw him show a set of ideals that they never saw coming. Now he is the boogeyman reincarnated. Here is the Elon Musk timeline over the last 2 years that has landed him in lamestream media jail. It was October 27th, almost 2 years ago, 2022. Elon Musk decided to purchase Twitter, reinstate free speech, and rebrand Jack Dorsey's liberal funhouse to X. 3 weeks later, Elon did the unthinkable. He reinstated Donald Trump's Twitter account after it was suspended in January of 2021. Left-wingers lost their collective minds. Musk would then do radical things, such as hosting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on Spaces, a live streaming, audio-only component on X to help him launch his official bid for the presidency during the start of Republican primary season. Musk would then do the same thing for Donald Trump. Musk would then follow that up by giving his official endorsement of Donald Trump for president on July 13th, the same fateful day that Trump was almost assassinated. And then came last weekend, Saturday, October 5th, 2024. Here was Elon Musk at Donald Trump's rally in his return to Butler, PA. Listen and watch this.
If people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment. President Trump must win to preserve the Constitution. He must win to preserve democracy in America. Yes.
Well, that is all but caused the left and the mainstream media hacks to lose their ever-loving minds. Musk also saying that he's, quote, not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. But this broke the Democrats' brains, finally. Here is MSNBC's Jonathan Lemire having a Musk meltdown Monday on the Morning Joe program. Listen and watch this.
Another person who has decided not to break with Donald Trump at all is Elon Musk. And I will say that Elon Musk is perhaps the world's leading spreader of disinformation, including outright lies about hurricane relief, about illegal immigrants. We've seen him do that in the last couple of weeks. And then on Saturday, he steps on stage with Donald Trump with one of the less athletic leaps I've ever seen as he bounded his way on stage with Trump. Tell us, and then spoke briefly on the former president's behalf. Tell us about that moment and what sort of he does not have much of a vertical, Mr. Musk.
Let's be crystal clear here. The biggest spreader of misinformation and disinformation is the mainstream media. Why, you ask? Because they get all their talking points from the government. They get all their bullet points from the Democrats. They are the mouthpiece of the liberal elites, the bureaucrats of the swamp, and the 1%. Elon Musk changed the game. It's why Hillary Clinton is beside herself. Here was the hairdo queen with Smirconish on CNN. Listen and watch.
We should be, in my view, repealing something called Section 230, which gave platforms on the internet immunity. But we now know that was an overly simple view, that if the platforms, whether it's Facebook or Twitter X or Instagram or TikTok, whatever they are, if they don't moderate and monitor the content, we lose total control. And it's not just the social and psychological effects, it's real harm.
The only thing that she obsesses over more than Donald Trump and losing 8 years ago is power and control, because they want 100% control, 100% control of the message and the narrative and what information they allow to get out to the public. Elon Musk and X, they kind of thwart their game plan, and they want to tell you what to believe, who to vote for, who to fear, and what to be focused on. Distract you, divide you, as they gobble up all the resources. That's what the 1% are trying to accomplish. Have you ever noticed how all of these talking heads fall in line simultaneously with the same talking points, even when no longer employed? Well, speaking of no longer employed, let's get to former MSNBC hack Keith Olbermann. Here's Keith having another mental health bout over Elon Musk as he sits alone in his New York City high-rise with his cat, void of any female companionship in his life. Listen and watch.
On the Monday Countdown podcast, it is now time to cancel all of Elon Musk's government contracts. Tesla, SpaceX, whatever other crap he's selling us. He is now actively engaged in a post-hurricane effort to spread potentially fatal disinformation and misinformation about FEMA's recovery efforts and the impact in the affected states. He is also now working in an in-kind donation, turning Twitter X into a Trump advertising campaign. It's time to cancel all the contracts and reassess his immigration status and hopefully deport him the hell out of the country. And if we can't do that by conventional means, President Biden, you have presidential immunity. Get Elon Musk the F out of our country and do it now.
Elon Musk trying to send Starlink to North Carolina residents and do more than FEMA can. Such a terrible guy, right? So what do, Keith? We should deport him. The guy spent $44 billion to purchase X, restore the First Amendment on a social media platform. Now, look, dumb business decision, yeah, but great American. And yes, I know he's not really American, but that screams America. He's never going to get that money recouped, but he believes in the Constitution. Ask yourself why the elites hate the Constitution. But Elon Musk backing the GOP is not anything new. The Wall Street Journal, with a deep dive, reporting on October 2nd that Elon Musk has a history of financially supporting Republicans. Musk has quietly given tens of millions of dollars to groups tied with Trump aide Stephen Miller and supporters of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. His funding of Republicans has been going on for far longer than publicly acknowledged over his actions that I've documented in the last 2 years. But nobody seemed to care then until he came out publicly for Donald Trump. But the elites knew. They knew where Elon was sending his random cash in politics. The media knew. They just had no problem with him being affiliated with Republicans. But it's the vocal support and the public spotlight with Donald Trump that they hate. Because as you know, they want to silence and censor Donald J. Trump. And think about that transformation. Trump was a beloved media darling until he went R. Elon, a beloved billionaire business owner until he took his money to Twitter and Trump. Always follow the money, folks, especially the smart money. And Elon's a smart guy. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, and let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. And while you're there, hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts to Elon Musk's transformation and the way the media is treating him. And then we have to figure out what's going on. The discrepancy between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Kamala Harris, FEMA. It looks like, according to one report, FEMA has a whole bunch of cash. Why are they claiming otherwise? We'll get into that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. It is Nick, Dawn, and Sean, and we're back after this.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Columbus Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
It's a good thing baseballs already have stitches, because the way these ball players are hitting them, yeah, they need stitches if they didn't already have them. So the next time you're watching a poor little baseball smacked off the wall in center, keep that little fella in your thoughts. It's hard to be a baseball right now. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This truck season, think about all the things you can do in a Chevy truck. You'll be able to, or you can even just, with impressive towing, incredible bed and tailgate functionality, and multiple powertrains, Chevy trucks have what you need to get things done. When you want to do it all, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education. Bob's also has your New Jersey carry permit qualifications and an indoor pistol range open daily.
As they wrote our founding documents, our founders prayed each day that God would guide them as they wrote and guide them on their way. They knew that all our liberties were a gift from God above, and that we all must work to keep this land we love. We call this land America, the land of the free. To keep this the greatest land, it's up to you and me. Our freedom is a constant fight, we all must do our part. To stand and fight for all our rights is where we all must start.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittlesportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
6:33, Kayal and Company off and running live on this Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker today. Good to have all of you in. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We're going to get to FEMA and the swirling controversy as Florida gets ready for another epic storm. And also the back and forth, DeSantis, Kamala Harris, and these untapped FEMA funds. But I thought it was interesting because, we've seen Elon Musk take a lot of flack over the last 2 years. Ever since he, purchased X, he reinstated Trump. He's supported Trump. He's endorsed Trump. And I felt like Saturday was kind of the breaking point. And I got home yesterday, and in the afternoon, I saw this dawn, and I was not amazed by it, but it seems like all of the talking points, if it wasn't hurricane talk and weather-related content on the Talking Head shows, they were all having meltdowns over Elon Musk. And I think what really triggered the last little burst of a mental health breakdown from the left was seeing Elon Musk jump around on that stage Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania.
That's what joy looks like.
Yeah, that is true joy,
Amen.
folks. Dawn, I'll start with you. Your thoughts on the way the media and the left has now ditched Elon Musk, who they once heralded as their savior.
Well, that's the funny part. He's even said that remember me? I was excited. I waited in line to meet with Obama.
Mm-hmm.
He's the EV guy and the guy who cares about the environment. And so all of a sudden, I think he's experiencing what a lot of us have experienced when you're an American, or excuse me, when you're an American. Well, yeah, when you're a true patriot.
Yes.
But when you are a conservative. And so that was a funny slip that I just made, isn't it? But I would say that for him to experience that is not a bad thing. Because here's somebody he's like you said, he's been a media darling all these years. He's a billionaire. He's somebody who lived in California and experienced California's climate as far as their business climate and their toxic climate of the way they treat businesses and conservatives. And he said, you know what? I'm moving my company. and now he moved to Texas and got out. Like a lot of companies and a lot of people have gotten out with that migration that we've talked about, population shift. So I think that, I thought he was adorable, quite frankly. I mean, he was just like, I'm not only MAGA, I'm dark MAGA. I mean, it was just, he was happy. Like you said, Sean, he was joyful.
He was.
And
it was joy. He was excited.
You look at all the headlines, even this morning, you look at the headlines, there's so much negativity. That Butler, Pennsylvania, return to Pennsylvania was, yes, there was grief, and it was important to come back to that scene so that it's not always, hey, that's the place where Corey Comparator was shot to death and somebody tried to shoot Trump. Now it's, we came back and we made sure that we made this a memorial to his life, but I think a memorial to something much bigger, a movement that is a national movement.
Yeah, Sean, let me play this clip for you, and I want to tee you up for Elon Musk. Phil, if you could have clip 15. This is Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk. They did a sit-down, I believe, yesterday that Tucker posted on X, and this was maybe one of the outtakes or towards the end. Clip 15, Tucker and Elon. What's going to happen if Donald Trump loses on November 5th? Clip 15, go ahead.
If he loses, man, what?
Dude, if he loses, I'm
It does seem that way. You can't just be like,
I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Sean Farish, he knows that they would he's kind of being tongue-in-cheek there, but he knows, and they've been investigating him, right? As soon as all of a sudden he supports a Republican, even the feds are all of a sudden snooping around into his business.
Yeah, and it's so funny because I see these like left-wing people, and they're like, why would Elon Musk say that? I don't know. Maybe because the same administration put a guy in jail for a meme. I mean, maybe that's why he said it. It's the truth. I mean, if Donald Trump loses, I don't know what my inmate number is going to be. I'm not sure what gulag I'm going to be sent to, but they're not going to let me stay out here. I can tell you that. They're not going to let it happen. It's just, people don't seem to understand, especially those on the left who are so blinded by their TDS, which is an absolute mental disorder. Like there's nothing, there are people who they wake up, right? They before they even take a breath, their first thought is, I hate Donald Trump. Seriously. If Trump wasn't around, I don't know what these people would do. Their whole life revolves around Donald Trump. Now, and it's funny. It's ironic coming from me, right? Because I sound like him. And it's the best part is I'll get like these people, aren't you a Trump impersonator? And I'm like, well, yes. But I find it odd that you talk about Trump more than I do, right? Like, I mean, if you look at my Twitter feed over the last, let's say 4 or 5 days, it's been all about hurricanes. I haven't really mentioned Donald Trump much at all, except in Butler. You got these people who wake up living, breathing, just their blood is just hatred of Donald Trump. That's what makes their heart pump. And they can't seem to understand that the administration and the regime that they support actively prosecutes and persecutes their political opponents. I mean, I don't know if everybody forgot, Steve Bannon's in jail, right? Yeah. I mean, Peter Navarro just got out recently. Douglas Mackey is in jail for a meme, okay? I mean, and you don't think they're going to try and go after a guy like Elon Musk, who holds a huge amount of power and presents a huge threat to the left's stranglehold on free speech, right? So they're definitely going to try and put him in jail. It's not a joke. I mean, they're laughing about it because it's kind of funny. Elon's got enough money probably to stay out, but who knows? Okay. And then their biggest thing is, well, if he doesn't want to go to jail, he shouldn't have committed crimes. Are we kidding me? What crimes do we think? You name the crime. Tell me what you think Elon Musk has done. Donald Trump, tell me what you think. He's guilty of 34 felonies. Okay, what are they? What crime did he commit? Oh, I don't know, but that's for the judge. I'm not a lawyer. So you're okay with not knowing why you want to sentence a presidential candidate to prison? Yeah. I mean, this is how these people think. I can't believe these people walk among us, but they do. They do. I want equal rights for them. I want innocent until proven guilty for them. We actually had this conversation, I think it was on Friday. We were talking about, these different accusations about Doug Emhoff. Mm-hmm. They're accusations. I don't think he should be in jail. They're accusations, but the left standards are, when a Republican does it, believe all women. When Doug Emhoff is accused of beating a woman like Chris Brown did to Rihanna. They're like, oh, it's fake news. Oh, well, why? Where are the standards? What happened to equal justice under the law? And I think what Elon Musk is highlighting there, yes, in a tongue-in-cheek kind of way, is they will come for me. They're already coming for him.
Yep.
I think they need. I think we got to pay attention. This is a very dangerous candidate on the ballot, Kamala Harris. Talk about threats to democracy. It's right there. It's right there.
Yes, indeed. And we will get to Kamala coming up. Her 60 Minutes interview. She looked awful when it came to the border and immigration, on firearms. Bill Whitaker, I thought, did a very, very commendable job last night. And I think Kamala Harris completely bombed. We'll give you the highlights coming up in the cut sheet. But we'll take a quick break. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. I want to spend enough time here to wrap up the first hour on this latest FEMA controversy surrounding Alejandro Mayorkas, who might be the biggest skunk in the entire Biden administration. If there's a guy that should be thrown in prison for the border on top of what's going on with FEMA, it might be this individual. We'll get to that when we continue, because we have a big discrepancy in available resources, reportedly, that's just sitting there and it's not being touched. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, we're back after this. Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
I met Diddy. Diddy had a restaurant, and he used to walk around with a bottle of champagne in his hands, which is a little weird. You know what I'm saying? If the guy who's the proprietor is drinking straight out of the bottle, it makes you wonder if the Board of Health has some reservations.
And Walter Sterling, 10 to 1.
I hate tolls. I don't believe in them charging $1 more to go over the river. What the hell is that about? What did I get for that going from $5 to $6? These are criminal events.
Jimmy Fallon at 7, Walter Sterling at 10. Weeknights on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
Oh, I thought it was awesome. It was funny and great band. His imitation of the Bee Gees.
The stylistics and stuff, I just love that. Oh, it was great. This is the third time we've seen him. He's awesome.
I can relate to Joe Conklin. Great variety. There was something for everyone.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Don't miss a special edition of the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday, October 12th at noon. Get the latest on important issues that affect you. The Labor and Energy Show at a special time, this Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process process ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. 800-290-7100. The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Gerhardt's Appliances has what you need to be tailgate ready this season for the Birds and the Fightin's Pennant Drive. Whether it's the in-home appliances needed to prepare your famous Kelly green pepper casserole before pregame, or the barbecue grills you'll need to fire up the last of your sausage links in the parking lot before kickoff or first pitch, Gerhardt's has you covered with the best game day deals on appliances, helping Philly sports fans get the season cooking since 1945. Visit Gerhardt'sAppliance.com.
All right, 648, Kayal and Company, as we continue live here on this Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in on the conversation, so let's get to FEMA and let's get to what's going on here in this country. Following what just happened, obviously, in the Southeast, from Florida to Tennessee to the Carolinas to Georgia, because now we have Milton bracing for Florida in the Tampa area from a Category 5 to a Category 4. It's going to be a big storm, no matter whether it's a 5, a 4, or a 3. I mean, this is a region of the country that is trying to recover, and all the drama that we've been dealing with FEMA and all of these bureaucrats and these agencies, these unelected hacks that just find a way to screw things up. And Sean, I think you nailed it earlier. Too many cooks in the kitchen. I don't need 17 people. Just give me 2 or 3 that are coherent and can get things accomplished and get the hell out of the way and just do your job and get things accomplished. I get this story from Fox Business yesterday where Mayorkas says that FEMA has no more disaster funds, but an IG report says that the agency is sitting on billions of dollars, which completely contradicts what Mayorkas said. Just want to read you 2 little excerpts from the story. FoxBusiness.com, if you want to get the article yourself. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas faces a new firestorm of criticism for claiming that FEMA is out of disaster funds, right as the DHS Inspector General just released a report saying that FEMA is sitting on at least $8.3 billion in untapped, unspent funds. On October 2nd, if we remember about a week ago, Mayorkas said, "We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season, and what is imminent." But analysts say that FEMA cannot tap unspent appropriations from long ago crises, so the money sits frozen as 600 people are reportedly still missing from Hurricane Helene. At least 220 have died, and entire towns were wiped off the map. Budget experts warn that this new firestorm shows that FEMA has been turned into a slush fund that the agency and the Biden-Harris White House can spend at will. And I find this story yesterday, Sean and Dawn, after, by the way, that rhymes. I kind of like that, Sean and Dawn. After
It's
the
a beautiful
libs,
thing.
it is a beautiful thing. The libs of TikTok tweeted out a chart. Now, I don't know where they found this. I don't know if this is 100% verified, but I'm just relaying the information. Don't shoot the messenger. Libs of TikTok breaking, and they tagged FEMA. Their disaster relief fund monthly report reveals that nearly $4 billion was spent on COVID-19 aid, and here's the kicker, in September of 2024, the most of any month since October of 2023. So the question is, why in the blue hell are they spending billions of dollars in the fall of 2024 on COVID-19 aid? And what exactly is COVID-19 aid? Sean, something doesn't add up here. I'll start with you. The government's crying poor, we're tapped out, you're damned, you're screwed, we can't help you. But everything from multiple sources say they got a whole lot of money they're sitting on for a rainy day.
All right, so here's what I take from all this, right? The government, they're not helping because they don't want to help. You're like, that's harsh. No, seriously, you have 8 point whatever billion you're saying. So first you have Mayorkas making an excuse. Well, we don't have the money to get through hurricane season. And he said that a couple weeks ago after Helene, right? Where if anybody who's followed weather, even in a minimal capacity, understands October is a very bad month for the Gulf of Mexico. That's when the biggest hurricanes form in the Gulf of Mexico. Michael in 2018, Category 5, hit near Panama City, was an October hurricane. Hurricane Wilma was a late October hurricane, the lowest pressure in Atlantic hurricane history in 2005. Milton, an October hurricane. We've seen this before. October hurricanes are dangerous when they're in the Gulf of Mexico. So to hear that FEMA doesn't have the money 2 weeks ago after Hurricane Helene, right as October was around the corner, you're saying, well, this is not good. We're not in a very good position. But when you hear him say we don't have the money, and then you find out that they do have the money, but they're not able to spend it, well, obviously you can spend it if you're spending it on COVID. What is COVID aid? Is it testing? Are you sending PPE places? What is COVID-19 relief aid actually? What does it actually consist of? The reason why they're not helping is because they don't want to help. It's just that simple, or else they would find a way to unlock those billions of dollars of assets. I guarantee you, if Zelensky got on the phone today and called this administration and said, Ms. Harris, Ms. Biden, we need more money. Putin is knocking on door. We have a problem. We would have them look at FEMA and they would say, Biden would go, send the money, man. And Kamala Harris would go around and say, they would make that money available to Zelensky.
Yep.
But they will never make that money available to the American people. I don't care. It was, the 750. It's just the first little bit. First of all, she goes on this Call Her Daddy, whatever this is, podcast on Tuesday, October 1st. That's when she recorded it. Okay.
Yep.
She then goes down to Georgia. The devil went down to Georgia, as they say, Wednesday, October 2nd. Offers her little $750 check, which doesn't buy you 2 weeks of groceries if you're an American with a family. For people who have no home, no electricity, no internet, unless Elon Musk and Donald Trump and some of these independent journalists are getting it set up. She offers him $750 while we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Lebanon, to Taiwan, to Ukraine. I mean, we are sending money all over the place except to our own people. And now we find out that either one of two things are true. Either they don't have the money, or they do have the money and they're not giving it to the American people in need, or investing it in recovery. Both stories can't be true. So either Mayorkas is telling the truth that they're depleted and have no money, or this report is true and they have the money and they're not spending it because they don't want to spend it. This is the biggest betrayal in American history.
Dawn Stensland, we looked at the numbers, the counties in Carolina. I gave you the stats yesterday. 26 of the 28 counties impacted in Carolina voted Trump 4 years ago. But now in super red Florida, Kamala is trying to say, well, no, I tried to call Ron DeSantis. He wouldn't take my call. So what's going on here? Because I think she's trying to show, at least publicly, that she's seriously concerned about Florida, because I think deep down inside she knows she can't win Florida. So it's, hey, let the optics look good for me. But she knows that Carolina and Georgia are swing states, so they're not going to do anything to help those people because they don't want them to be able to vote for Trump November 5th. Do you think they're that diabolical? Are politics in play here, or is somebody just lying?
I think that I think what we have to think about with fiscal years, right? And this is all, think about the power. If you are the head of Homeland, if you're the Secretary of Homeland Security, like Mayorkas is, right? So you have these massive departments with all of this money. Remember the omnibus bill. And so what we're seeing here is that Mayorkas on October 2nd, he did say that we're almost depleted. He said those words. And when he said that, when nobody's kind of fact checking that he stated that, it made the headlines, that he said, basically, we're running out of money. He did at some point say, it looks like we should have enough money to cover us, but we're nearly depleted. Why is he doing that? Because all of this money, you have your budget, but then you can say, hey, we're FEMA, but you guys over at DHS, over here, you've got to give us a chunk of your cash. Let's say 200 million here, 200 million there. And so they fight over these huge clumps of hundreds of millions of dollars to then pump into their umbrella, and then they get to distribute it. I did see a back and forth, and this was a couple days after Mayorkas' comments, was the Committee on Homeland Security. So their committee, right, because they're the ones who, they're the watchdogs. They have to approve the money. They're looking at this. And so what the chairman had said last year, House Republicans eliminated a lot of wasteful spending within FEMA on fiscal year 24. This was DHS and the appropriations bill, but the Democrat-controlled Senate and the White House were fighting to add it back to the omnibus spending bill. So a lot of this they're very well aware of. Yeah. You're talking about huge pieces of money. And as I'm reading this through, it's $650 million over here, 210 over here. That they're fighting over this because that's part of their power as legislators, and as, especially if you're Mayorkas, this is your department to control this huge FEMA budget. Yep. So you're like Pac-Man. You just want more money.
Right. You know, you always bring it back to the big take. At least I try to. And I'm thinking about Elon Musk. Remember the reported position that Musk would have in a Trump administration? He'd be the oversight and the chair, and he'd be the head of government efficiency. Seems like a perfect time for Elon Musk to go in and say, all right, 80% of these FEMA employees, pack your bags, go home. You offer nothing. I'll make sure that this thing runs much more efficiently. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Coming up next, we'll get some news from Dawn to kick off the 7 o'clock hour, and then an update on the worst political trade of all time and how it is now directly impacting the health, the safety, the wellness of Americans. Hour number 2 on the way.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyoutrealestate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Save during Martin Water Conditioning's 51st anniversary sale. Save up to $500 on select systems. Martin's is offering $100 off Kinetico's K5 reverse osmosis system. Improve your drinking water for less. And if you purchase a water softener, you may be eligible for a free Kinex salt monitor worth over $150. Special 18 and 48-month financing is available to those who qualify. These deals are mutually exclusive and end at the end of October. Visit martinwater.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey Birds fans, the football season is finally upon us, which means it's time to upgrade your ride. Because, let's be honest, your old car's playbook, it's leaking oil. Thankfully, at the Busch Auto Group, we've got something for everyone. Whether you're looking to blitz in a new Nissan, score in luxury with an Infiniti, or tackle the road in one of over 200 pre-owned vehicles, we've got the right ride for you. Visit BuschAutoGroup.com. That's BuschAutoGroup.com today and save big. Philly rides with us.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash these days. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, CNC makes budgeting for your new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get up, Harry.
Tuesday morning, 7:05, as we begin hour number 2 here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean in for Greg Stocker today as we continue until 10 o'clock. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Your voicemails, 9:45. And the cut sheet, super juicy, including a trio of clips from Kamala Harris with Bill Whitaker last night. We'll also get to the Kamala media tour as that continues today. I believe The View, Howard Stern, and Colbert. I'm not sure who she's actually going to reach that she probably didn't already have the vote of. We'll get to that coming up a little bit later this morning. Also, the Washington Post with a very good article on how Kamala Harris is basically spending and is trying to execute a campaign 3 times the size of Donald Trump, yet she's losing in the betting markets, and she's in a dead heat coin flip if you look at the polls. We'll break that down coming up this morning. And also, the worst trade of all time in American politics could very well be hurtful and harmful to American soldiers. We'll get to that as we continue. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:06, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday, October the 8th. Well, we are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. 52 degrees and clearing today, forecast in just a moment. As far as the campaign trail, I will tell you that we have some news for you about President Joe Biden. Yes, the president is expected to be in Montgomery County in the suburbs this evening. This is for a campaign event in support of longtime Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey. So the White House press office releasing this information. Casey, obviously the incumbent senator, Casey Jr., his father with a legacy name, but he's running against a newcomer, an outsider, Dave McCormick. And Casey just has a small lead. Usually Casey wins by double digits, no problems. And this time around, he's in a real fight. They obviously know that. So I know that Biden earlier today will travel to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and then move on to the suburbs of Montgomery County here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I know Stockers.
I got some news about Montgomery County.
Oh, go ahead, share it.
I'm just going to let you know. Well, it's not. I mean, it's kind of silly, but not silly, but it's important. You know, since Joe Biden's going to Montgomery County, that only means, you know, we need a little bit of a balancing act over there. So I do want to tell you, because you brought up Montgomery County. On the 19th, I will be in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, October 19th, speaking at an event for the Patriot Freedom Project. They're a J6 foundation. So we're gonna have some fun in Montgomery County on October 19th. My wife and I coming in for the day, speaking, and then coming back to Tennessee. But you know what? Joe Biden wants to come in here, and come on, man. I will say,
yeah. Well, what time?
Name me a time. Yeah, name me a time. I'll take you out behind the gym, Jack.
Yeah,
you know?
well, I don't know if you know this, but I live in Montgomery County, so you're going to be probably no more than, I don't know, where exactly are you going to be in Montgomery County? You know the city or the town?
So there's a movie theater. Jeff Clark, one of the folks who's been indicted in Donald Trump's in the Georgia case.
Yeah,
is a special screening event. Info at patriotfreedomproject.com. We can't release the name of the theater unless you reserve a ticket.
Okay.
It's a $20 suggested donation. It's free if you don't, if you can't afford it, it's okay. We get it, Bidenomics. But a $20 suggested donation to Patriot Freedom Project. Nick, off air, I could probably give you special.
Yeah, we'll have to get together. We should get together. Get together afterward, and I'll buy you a bunch of liquor and get you all lubed up.
Oh, jeez. We don't want the theater to come under fire.
That's
from,
right.
Crazy people, but they're good people. So
you're going to be making. You're going to be making multiple trips to PA in the stretch run of October.
Nice.
I'm feeling very 2016. Okay. In 2016, I was doing one of my sales jobs where I was actually learning how to sound like Trump, right? DirecTV. And I was in Ohio a week before the election, which was a swing state at that time. So we're coming to Pennsylvania. We're going to make some noise. And obviously not as much noise as Elon Musk and Scott Pressler, but we're going to make some noise. And we're going to win the Keystone State.
Saturday the 19th.
October 19th. Let's go.
All right, Dawn, take it away.
As I was saying.
That was the best line ever.
Great.
And by the way, just yesterday we reported this, Sean, just speaking of J6, that a Jersey 26-year retired state trooper from New Jersey, he just pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. So he was charged with walking into the Capitol building that day, never charged with touching anybody, no violence, nothing of this nature, but they threw the book at him. And even a DC court judge agreed that there was no contact, nothing. They said he was shouting and lifted up, gave his middle finger as he was walking in the building. That was his crime, giving the middle finger and shouting. And he pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor. He apologized to the court. The federal prosecutors, you can look it up. I reported this yesterday in news, but I just want to point this out. And I got a comment yesterday from Sergeant Betsy Brandner Smith, the National Police Association, because this was a case where federal prosecutors wanted him to spend nearly a year behind bars in a federal prison.
It's unbelievable.
And even a DC court judge on this one, it was, thank God,
in Philadelphia,
disagreed, said probation.
In Philadelphia, you enter a place you're not supposed to, you give the bird and you shout, they give you the keys to the city.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable.
So, I mean, just to tell you that this is still going on, though.
Yes, it is.
It's not. It should be a 4-year-old story, but it's active.
Yeah, they never want you to forget about it. That's why.
That's well put. So Casey, as well as Biden, they'll be together, and that shows us how close the Senate race is, how important it is. Obviously, the balance of the Senate, and obviously he's running against Dave McCormick, political outsider who has never been a politician in his life. Army combat veteran in Iraq and the Middle East, and a successful businessman, a dad-daughter, you would say, right? Between he and his wife, they have, 6 daughters. So McCormick giving him a run for his money, as they say. So we have that going on in Monco tonight. And then as far as Trump, his campaign, former President Trump, I'll point out to you 2 stops in Pennsylvania. That's tomorrow, including he'll be hosting one of a campaign rally, huge rally in Reading. And clearly Pennsylvania, the battleground state that we've been talking about. So he'll deliver remarks in Scranton tomorrow before heading to Reading for that big rally. So just where the campaign is going, just to give you a heads up.
Okay.
And so as far as the other news of the day, we've been talking a lot about these 2 different shootings in 2 different parts of Philadelphia. So they're still looking into this as we talk about these investigations that we talked about earlier this morning. In one, we have an innocent bystander. She is shot tragically just as she's walking by. In another one, we have somebody in a shop who is a cart manager, if you will, out in the parking lot. And he is shot by a person who has a legally licensed firearm, some kind of an altercation there. In both of those cases, one Kensington and the other Olney, Philadelphia police keying in on surveillance cameras, really helping in these investigations as far as both finding suspects and also investigate. Right now, Category 4 looks like it'll hit as a Cat 3 Hurricane Milton barreling toward Tampa. And so thinking about the people in Florida, I think we all have family and friends, and some of you watching or listening right now, you're doing so from Florida and the South. So we're thinking about you in our prayers and just watching this response.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Bruno will join us tomorrow. I'm going to check in with him today. I'm not sure. According to his video that's on his Twitter feed, I don't think they are evacuating the area. I know they boarded up his future home that he's in the process of building. I don't know if they're staying in their townhouse or their apartment and riding it out, or if they're going elsewhere. So, normally he connects to us like Sean does each week. So I'm going to reach out to him and Robin later today. And if they're safe, first of all, which is the most important thing. And then secondly, if he's able to join us on the phone tomorrow, because Tony, he'll love to break down the weather and pretend he's Jim Cantori. So, we'll see if we get him or not tomorrow, but it's all weather dependent.
Yeah, this is true. I'll just point out to you, and I know we'll talk about it moving forward, just a headline here that the SCOTUS back in session yesterday, some rulings there that I know we'll talk about. So as the Supreme Court takes on ghost guns, porn access, trans care, Trump high-profile cases, and did not in fact, take that case with Elon Musk. So I know we'll talk about it, but I just wanted to headline that for you. And of course, the big headline here locally as we cheer on our Philadelphia Phillies. This is do or die, if you will, with the Phils. So Game 3 at the Mets, New York Mets. So we're looking at 5:08 game time tonight.
God, I hate that.
As well as tomorrow night. 5:08.
I tell you how much I hate that. Hey, you have two East Coast teams in two major markets like Philly and New York. What are most Americans that live in the Northeast doing at 5:08? They're stuck in traffic leaving work, right? And they stick that game. They placate to the West Coast. Nobody cares about the West Coast, right? Would anybody care if California fell off into the Pacific Ocean? Seriously.
Nope.
No.
I'll be the first one to take a jackhammer, start chiseling and pushing. Let's go. Send it. Send them to China. Let's go. We'll see.
I know. They got all these TV networks. You can't find a way to put the Phillies on at like 7 o'clock instead of 5:08. You kidding me? I hate that, by the way.
And who decides on 5:08? Why not 5:10?
Yeah, I know, right? Whatever happened to 5:05, right? It used to be the top of the hour or 5 after the hour. Now it's 5:07. It's 7:08.
Yeah.
These people.
Time for they get some of the commercials in.
Yeah.
And,
it's all TV dictated, right?
Yeah,
Dawn?
the hosts, they get to say their piece, right? Who cares about them?
I know.
We've got 54 degrees in Philadelphia right now and an incredible forecast. Not a whole lot of rain in our forecast today and tomorrow. 70 degrees, mostly sunny skies. For your Thursday, then, the coolest day of the week. Thursday, 65 degrees, still sunny. Friday, 69. For the weekend, a taste of summer. We're looking at Saturday, 78 degrees and bright sunny skies.
The second Saturday in October,
Right?
it's almost
Beautiful.
80 degrees. I'm not going to complain.
And then Sunday, 75 and partly sunny. And then into next week, it looks like next week we get out of, at least for the first part of the week, we get out of the 70s. We're in the low to mid 60s. So this week, stunning with a lot of sunshine, beautiful fall-like weather. So get out there and enjoy it. Holland Floor Covering, thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live, the region's premier family-owned carpet and flooring dealer in our area. New carpet, creating that cozy atmosphere in your home, and obviously can add warmth to any room. Showrooms in Wayne as well as Newtown, free samples, no obligation estimates, hollandfloor.com. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. And up next, Boot and Britt, how Biden botched it. Say that 10 times fast as we continue live here on this Tuesday morning. But first, a word from my friends at Piazza Volkswagen, where recently I stopped out and test drove the 2024 Tiguan. The spacious SUV can seat up to 7 passengers. And how do you get to 7? Oh, yeah, third row. The available third row is the thing that everybody is raving about these days when it comes to SUVs or perhaps minivans, and it's equipped with a suite of helpful tech features designed to make your driving and parking easier than ever before. Right now, the Tiguan could be yours at 0% financing for 60 months, or you can lease it as low as $279 a month for 36 months. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne for details and tell them that Nick sent you, or you can shop the Tiguan and other VW models online right now and schedule a test drive. Go right out there today and say, I want the Nick Kayal test drive. They'll know exactly what we are talking about. PiazzaVW.com.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt. If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
The leaves are changing color. color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
The bye week has passed, and I hope you've gotten over that Tampa Bay travesty. The Birds bounced back into action Sunday against a Browns team that can't seem to get out of its own way. The Eagles should have 3 of their best players back. There are no guarantees. The Cardinals beat the 49ers. The Giants won at Seattle. Still, this is one game the Eagles must use as a launching pad. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. As a bank, PNC prides themselves on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. PNC has dedicated teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey supported radical sanctuary city policies, and Casey said,
I want to be held accountable if something that doesn't work out well.
Casey's sanctuary city policies haven't worked out well. They release dangerous illegal immigrants onto our streets. In fact, Casey's sanctuary city policies released one illegal immigrant felon in Philadelphia who then raped a 5-year-old Pennsylvania girl. Casey made us all less safe. Casey not only supports these crazy policies that put convicted felons back on our streets, he'd make things even worse. Casey voted to give illegals with violent criminal records amnesty. Casey supported amnesty even for illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse. Rewarding illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse? It's insane.
I want to be held accountable.
It's time to hold Casey accountable. It's time for a change. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
7:25, Kayal and Company as we continue live on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning. Cut sheet coming up in about 20-25 minutes. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So I saw this story yesterday, Wall Street Journal with the exclusive. And if you recall, this is a story that we had a little over a year and a half ago, where the Biden administration made one of the worst political trades of all time as they dealt Russian arms dealer Victor Bout for former WNBA basketball player Brittany Griner. For those that don't recall the story, Brittany Griner, WNBA player, was, I think, out of the league for the WNBA. She was playing in a overseas foreign league. She was going through Russia, and she was detained for having contraband or, drug paraphernalia. I think it was like vaping or marijuana or weed. It was nothing serious. It
was like pot vapes or
something. And look, I'm not a marijuana guy. I've said that many times on the show, and some of it is ridiculous. But the reality is this: Russia plays a different game. And as an athlete, you always understand the conditions of the road stadium you're walking into. So that's on her, right? You don't have to like their laws and their rules, but she broke them. So what does the Biden administration do in this world of diversity, equity, and inclusion? They give up Victor Bout, a 57-year-old known as the Merchant of Death, for Brittany Griner. Well, now, according to the Wall Street Journal, Victor Bout, who's a deadly individual, you don't want to mess with this guy. He's got a lot of blood on his hands, whether directly or indirectly, is now attempting to broker arms deals with Iran-backed and the Houthis in Yemen. And this just goes back to what we were talking about a few segments ago. We've just given Lebanon $157 million. Remember that money that was frozen that Iran now has, and they're backing, bankrolling, training, and funding Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. And you just know that this is going to come back to haunt America because we decided to give up one of the most deadly individuals for a African-American lesbian basketball player. And I ask you this question, and we said this at the time, so this is nothing new. If Brittany Griner was a straight white female, this was pre-Caitlin Clark in the WNBA. Let me pose it this way. If Caitlin Clark was sitting in a Russian prison on a Russian penal colony, do you think the Biden-Harris administration, for all they're about with their optics and their DEI, would have swapped Victor Bout for Caitlin Clark? I highly doubt it. I think Brittany Griner, and I think a lot of people would agree, the fact that she is free, and I'm glad that she is. I don't want anybody to sit in a Russian penal colony, in a Russian prison. But if she was a straight white female, she's probably still sitting there today. Who was the guy? Dawn, I forget his name. It was the Wall Street Journal columnist that was over in Russia. We also have Paul
Whelan.
Paul Whelan. Right. So we have these other people that are sitting over there, but Brittany Griner gets out because of identity politics or her, quote, celebrity status. Why do I think, Sean Farish, that this is going to come back to cause multiple deaths to Americans with a deadly man who's hell-bent on sending weapons to, right now, what could be our biggest villain that we're dealing with, and that's Iran?
Evan Gershkovich.
Evan Gershkovich. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dawn. Yes.
Yeah, Evan was the journalist that I think we just got him back.
Correct.
Recently.
But Whalen's still sitting over there, I believe.
Whelan is still sitting over there, I think, on espionage charges, and he's a former U.S. Marine.
Yep.
And that's a shame, right? That really is a shame. And we should be working to get him out. But I don't know what we're doing. But
Whelan was released August 1st.
Oh, Whelan's out too?
Okay, so Whelan came back. You know what? Yes, Dawn's right. Whelan came back with Gershkovich. Whelan came back with Gershkovich.
Okay.
And that's when Kamala Harris was on the tarmac, right? Yes. It was like one of her first it was one of her first word salads, and she said, it's very important to understand the strength of understanding diplomacy and the strength that rests in the diplomatic understanding of diplomacy and relations and strength.
Yeah.
And when she did that, and that's when the campaign said, no more of that. Yep. No more media for you, right? So it was like the soup Nazi. No soup for you, right? It was one of those. But, it's interesting. Brittany Griner, and again, I'm glad she's home. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
I'm glad she's back. I think marijuana laws are too restrictive in this country. Okay. I don't want to smell it. If you want to smoke marijuana, use it, whatever, recreationally, that's on you. I'm very libertarian about that specific substance. But, when you look at what happened in Russia and we gave up the merchant of death, I mean, this is the party of gun control, right? We gave up a guy that didn't just, he's not Joe Blow selling drugs and guns on the street corner, moving, a 9mm and some kind of concealed, handguns. This guy didn't just sell guns. Mm-hmm. He sold fleets of jets. He armed rebellions in the region. And I remember a lot of us were saying, well, this is not going to help us. This is bad. I mean, yes, let's get our person home, right? But you're going to give up this guy? What did that do, right? It set the market for what our people are worth. So you started seeing people taking prisoners everywhere. We gave Iran last year, the anniversary of 9/11, $6 billion in assets and 5 prisoners, right? We released them, did a 5-for-5 deal and $6 billion in assets. Then we had a few weeks later after that, October 7th, 2023, October 8th, Hezbollah, the Houthis all of a sudden have all this ammunition, all this weaponry. Hezbollah all of a sudden has all this weaponry. Hamas all of a sudden has all this weaponry, right? All these different groups in the regions that are proxies for Iran. Mm-hmm. And it's no coincidence that you give up the most notorious arms dealer the world has ever seen for this woman. Again, happy she's home, but you give this guy up. What do you expect him to do? You think he's going to go, what, set up a lemonade stand in Russia?
No, you go right back to doing what you've done your whole life. Yes.
The guy's been wildly successful dealing not just arms, not rifles, guns, or the tanks, jets, like high-powered, large amounts of military equipment to arm rebellions in the region and destabilize the region. And now the region is wildly unstable. I wonder if it was the guy we gave them. I mean, it's just, and we said this was coming. And they were like, no, you're racist. You don't like Brittany Griner. No, I don't like Brittany Griner. I don't like her politics. It has nothing to do with her skin color. Okay. We gave this guy up. He's called the merchant. He's not the merchant of love and happiness and joy. He's the merchant of death. What do you think he's going to do?
Well, that's the thing that's just so frustrating about this, because I think the big picture takeaway here is when you see that he is now back in business and he's potentially reportedly dealing with Iran and the funding of terrorists, and I'll call them the 3 H's here, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and we've got all this military presence over in the Middle East. My reaction and takeaway is that we are funding and creating and keeping and extending this non-stop, endless war machine with, first of all, Russia, Ukraine. Anytime Zelensky needs a handout, he comes over here, he walks around with his little green sweatshirt that looks like hasn't been washed in 3 years. Looks like he just rolled out of a dumpster, that guy. He's got more money than he knows what to do with, and I've seen people down at 9th and Diamond that look better than this guy. And then you have all the funding of what's going on in the Middle East. It's like, I almost think in a sick, sinister way, this is my takeaway, Dawn, that they want all of this going on because they think it leads to better chances of re-election, right? Wartime president. Yeah, we know Biden's leaving, but Kamala's connected at the hip. There's also this riff out there between the Biden and Harris's administrations. I saw something about Dr. Jill and apparently Kamala having a beef about the way Joe's kind of, trying to
cat fight.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff going on. And I'm just like, you know what? This is another reason why they want Trump out of the equation and they want Trump dead, is because Trump had peace in the Middle East. And you know what peace means for the establishment? It means they lose money because they make money off of all of this war. That's what I think is happening here, Dawn.
Yeah, I think as far as I just want to note something because you talked about the prisoner releases.
Yes.
Pennsylvania teacher Mark Fogel, remember Senator Bob Casey pushed for him to be among those who were released in early August, and he was not included for whatever reason in that prisoner swap. He's in his mid-60s now. He's a teacher. Remember, they busted him on a very small amount of marijuana in Russia, and he was sentenced to 14 years behind bars. His family spoke out that day, critical of that, and said, why wouldn't you include him in this? He's a Pennsylvania school teacher. Why wouldn't he be included in that? And so they had ripped the administration really, and just, they're heartbroken, obviously. So they're ripping everybody, especially Russia, for keeping a Pennsylvania school teacher in his mid-60s with reportedly severe health problems.
Jesus.
From Pennsylvania. So he's still over there with no talk of getting him out.
Of course.
That's
and
bad.
Probably forgotten about in the mainstream media and the public sector. But, Sean, I think you alluded to this about, you create this precedent with trades. Think about this. We still have, I think the New York Post quoted it yesterday, there's still 97 hostages over in Gaza in the Middle East. And then you create this precedent of, hey, we'll give you a arms dealer, a merchant of death, a guy with a very diabolical and sinister nickname for a basketball player. If you think over in the Middle East, they're not aware of how weak the Biden administration is when it comes to negotiations, you're fooling yourself. They can get a king's ransom for a few hostages.
That's what I'm saying. Once he made that Victor Boot trade, if I was another country, the head of state of another country, an adversary to the United States, I'd be like, any American citizen that comes through our country, hold them.
Yep.
Because I want something. Seriously, like that trade from Russia's point of view, if they tried that trade with Madden, on easy mode, they would say the computer has rejected your trade. That's how one-sided that trade was. Victor Boot for Brittany Griner. All right. You got to find a different person to release from U.S. custody. This is, and that was what I was afraid of, and that's what I think we've started to see. We've started to see Americans. Something happened, I believe, in where Maduro, Venezuela. They took a U.S. Navy sailor hostage for Maduro. American military service members, citizens, etc., athletes, they have become a hot commodity in the global trade market, if you will. It's terrible to talk about people this way, but it's almost like it's legalized human trafficking in such a, well, I have this person and you have this person and we'll exchange them. The Biden-Harris administration is so weak. They are so bad at negotiating. And it was proven in the Victor Boot deal that any deal after that, people, look, they got the merchant of death back for the basketball player. So what could we get for the teacher? Or what could we get for the firefighter? Or what could we get for the Navy sailor? Right. You look at that as a precedent and it's horrible. It sets us, it puts us at such a disadvantage for future negotiations. And we're seeing it play out. And again, when other countries need us, we're there. Ukraine, blank check. Areas in the Middle East, blank check. Taiwan, blank check. But when Americans are needed, we're nowhere to be found. It is the greatest betrayal in American history. And more people need to understand that this government is not here for you. They're not. It's unfortunate. It's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow. We got to be there for each other. And that's it. And you know what? If you're traveling to another country, be super smart about it. You saw what happened to Otto Warmbier in North Korea, right? The kid, he pulled down a poster and then he was tortured and died, right? He came back in a vegetative state. It's really sad. It's really sad to see, how our government has abandoned our own people. But we're always there for these other countries. But when we need the rest of the world, right, we got a problem going on our border. We have natural disasters in our country. We've got, issues of our own. The rest of the world is nowhere to be found. I support one foreign aid budget, and that is one of $0.00. And you can call me a radical. We got to put our people first.
I totally agree. America first, not America last. But don't worry, Kamala Harris, if elected on November 5th, she will save the day. She will save the world. And she had unbelievably thought out, well scripted, eloquent answers last night to Bill Whitaker's questions on 60 Minutes. Actually, everything I just said was a complete lie, but we will let you hear for yourself. Coming up next, it's a Kamala cut sheet as the media tour gets underway, and we're back after this here on Kayal & Company.
Chase wants everyone to be able to have a place of their own. That's why we offer mortgages that help you purchase your new home with down payments as low as 3%. To find out more about our low down payment options and other ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality, visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. Loan amount, loan of value, and loan product type limits apply. Geographic restrictions may apply for jumbo loans. Products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Other limitations and restrictions apply. Home lending products provided by JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic!
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you tired of relying on caffeine for a quick energy fix? There's a better way to revitalize your body from within. Introducing Oracine by Rescue Natural Supplements, the cellular energizer that helps your body produce its own natural fuel. Say goodbye to daily fatigue and hello to lasting energy. As a bonus, Oracine supports heart health, optimal blood pressure too. That's why you can't miss out on this exclusive radio offer. Buy 1 bottle of Oracine, get another absolutely free. Simply use the code FUEL when you place that order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Be sure to use that code FUEL, F-U-E-L, for this buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Oracine. Remember, use the code FUEL at res-q.com today.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles USC. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
Conklin doing his thing, his best voices, his best shtick. Joe's family is just, they're like back from the Osmonds. They're Osmonds on steroids. They're unbelievable.
They made fun of the Cowboys, though. I've known him for such a long time, but I did not know he could sing like that.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The following is a paid commercial message. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
While Wall Street's markets continue to go up and down with no guarantees of going forward, many concerned investors have been tempted by the idea of guaranteed income for life. Although it sounds desirable at first, guaranteed income products are not what they're cracked up to be. When you purchase a guaranteed income product, the first thing that happens is your investment immediately becomes less liquid. There is no principal to tap into when an emergency strikes and you need to make a lump sum withdrawal. With these contracts, your scheduled payout is a set specific amount based on your life expectancy. This amount does not keep up with inflation, which paints you into a corner later in life when your monthly income has less purchasing power than it did the day you signed the contract. Now, in most cases, the monthly income payments are structured to exceed your life expectancy, making it a whole lot less likely that you'll ever receive back your initial investment amount before death. Lastly, there is no legacy or estate planning with these guaranteed income products because they're meant to go away at your demise without leaving a dime to your heirs. It's best to avoid a product sale whenever possible. By utilizing a system of investments, however, with guaranteed income capabilities, you can mix and match vehicles that pay a lifetime guaranteed income with others that are designed to grow principal back and still give you access or increases of income. Seek out a qualified retirement phase expert who can offer the best of both worlds and provide a legacy plan for your heirs, guaranteed.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Let's go, Philadelphia, 747. It is a Tuesday morning here on Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Maybe you'll be out of work in about 8.5 hours sitting in traffic, waiting for the Phillies to come on. Game 3 of the playoffs at a very convenient 5:08. If I was down the hall this morning, I'd be ranting and raving about that for 4 hours. And I would say, what am I doing with my life? I just complained about something like a baseball start time. But instead, I am chopping it up with the great Don Stensland, the great Sean Farish, who's in for Greg Stocker this morning. And we are discussing the real pertinent issues of the day in this country. None bigger than the media blitz that Kamala Harris is on from the Call Her Daddy podcast that we spoke about and talked about yesterday on the show, to Bill Whitaker 60 Minutes last night, to a trifecta today of Howard Stern, The View, and Stephen Colbert, some of the hardest hitting interviews in the world. Getting ready to load up with fastball questions, high and tight, on Kamala Harris. My God, what a
Sure,
charade.
it'll be like standing in against Nolan Ryan. I'm sure it's going to be real tough.
Oh, I know. That 97-mile-an-hour fastball in on the hands that jams you. Yep, Kamala Harris is going to have to bail out of the batter's box today. My
like
God.
hitting a beach ball at home plate. That's how easy this interview is going to be.
That is correct. All right, without further ado, let's get to it. 7:48, time for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, get 3.99% financing on select Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo.
How about that? Jimmy Kelly, flawless delivery of the read.
Hey, Robin, they stole that from me, by the way, Robin. This is Howard Stern, and Kamala, let me ask you this.
Oh my God, I just opened the floodgates. You just went Howard Stern all of a sudden.
Perhaps we should do a Stern and Trump interview.
Okay, Donald, look, let me ask you this. Do you watch Jimmy Kimmel?
No, I don't watch him. He's a low ratings loser like you.
Okay. And hey, aren't you surprised I'm even here on a Tuesday morning?
Not surprised at all. Not surprised at all.
Can't believe what's going on here.
This is good.
Matter of fact, I'd like to tell Howard Stern I will see you next Tuesday. Okay.
All right, see you next Tuesday, Donald. We'll talk.
There he is, the former king of all media.
I am woke, mother, and I love it.
All right. Let's get down to it. Clip number 22, Philip Almquist, Kamala Harris, 60 Minutes last night with Bill Whitaker. And they start off with the border. Here's Kamala, who was confronted on if allowing illegal immigration to quadruple on her watch was a mistake. And kudos to Bill for following up not once, not twice, but 3 times. Clip number 22.
I've been covering the border for years, and so I know this is not a problem that started with your administration.
Correct.
But there was an historic flood of undocumented immigrants coming across the border the first 3 years of your administration. As a matter of fact, arrivals quadrupled from the last year of President Trump. Was it a mistake to loosen the immigration policies as much as you did?
It's a long-standing problem. And solutions are at hand. And from day one, literally, we have been offering solutions.
What I was asking was it a mistake to kind of allow that flood to happen in the first place?
I think the policies that we have been proposing are about fixing a problem, not promoting a problem. Okay?
But the numbers did quadruple.
And the numbers today, because of what we have done, we have cut the flow of illegal immigration by half.
But should you
we
have
have
done
cut
that?
the
Should you
flow
have
of
done that?
fentanyl by half, but we need Congress to be able to act to actually fix the problem.
That answer is completely unacceptable. That answer is the epitome of her failure as the border czar. Kudos to Bill Whitaker for asking her 3 times. The only issue I have is the way he framed it in the beginning, kind of taking a little steam off the fastball of, this has been a long, ongoing... Nope, nobody cares about the past. What has happened under her? It didn't happen under Trump. It was better under Obama. It has been deplorable under her. But I give Bill a lot of credit for asking the question and following up the way he did. Dawn, I'll start with you. You're the journalist. Your thoughts on Bill Whitaker last night, and then how terrible of a non-answer that was from Kamala.
I think whenever she is in these sit-down interviews, she doesn't look good because even CBS News and Bill Whitaker, he seems like a nice guy. I think that, was this a tough interview? Absolutely not. But even CBS News, even 60 Minutes is asking basic questions that she should be able to ask. And the basic question, I was doing it. There was a commercial that aired a minute ago and she was saying, I will do this. And I was like, well, do it now, lady. Mm-hmm. You're in office right now. What are you waiting for?
Yep.
Go for it. You can show everybody up.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's basically what Bill Whitaker is asking her about. There's no answer. These are memorized answers, and they just allow her to do it.
Yes. Sean Ferris, your thoughts on word salad number 1, sir?
Well, first of all, this is a new tradition we do on Rumble now, but we have the official Kamala Harris word salad fork, and this is what we do. We extend it, and we get ready to eat it, right? This is the...
Look at that.
Because this is what we get. This is the word salad fork right here. So, forks out, shields up, right? That's what we say.
Is that a back back scratcher? What is
No, it's
that?
a fork. It's a real fork. If you want to play games at a restaurant and get somebody's fries, you could just...
Oh, that's
funny.
All right.
You could extend. So this is the word salad fork. This is what we need to do. Yeah, we have to have these props in order to make our points heard, right? In order for us to effectively relay the message that this woman is an idiot, because she does a good job doing it herself, by the way. The fact that she was asked 3 times, was allowing it to quadruple a good idea? And the fact that she didn't answer 3 times is alarming.
Yep.
She did let it happen. She let it happen. And for the technical people out there, she was never borders are. She was tasked with addressing the root causes. Did she address them? Because I don't think she addressed them. So whether or not you think she was the border czar or she was the root causes queen, whatever you want to call it, nothing was addressed. Nothing helped. And there she is again, with a softball interview, not answering the question. It's par for the course. Mm-hmm. And she has had a real bad 2 weeks. Again, how do we know she's having a bad time? When's the last time you saw a leftist running on owning weapons,
Right.
firearms.
Mhm.
You think Obama would have ever had to say, I own a gun and shot? Like, I can't do Obama, but like, you think you'd ever hear him? You think you'd ever hear him do that?
No.
Never.
Never in my life.
No. And the reason why she doesn't answer it and say, yes, it was a mistake or give any concrete answer is because it was all by design. This is about importing new voters for current and or future elections. I gave the stats on Friday. I don't know if I mentioned this with you, Sean, when we had you on last Friday, but the 7 swing states have seen between a 200 to 400% increase in illegal immigrant population since the Biden-Harris administration took over. Now, you can't tell me that that's coincidental that North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin all of a sudden have a 300% increase. They know that they need to win those states. They know that they won the first one 4 years ago by 40,000 votes in 3 states, and it's about and it's not even just about elections. It's also about bringing in people that will work for cheaper wages and save these companies money. This is a calculated, you want to call it the Great Replacement Theory? Call it what you want, but it's by design. I believe that.
Well, Nick, Donald Trump said that these people would be that they need more people in their district simply for redistricting purposes. I don't know if you heard when he said that. Did you ever hear when he said that?
No, that was a New York female representative.
Yes, exactly
right.
right. It was Yvette Clark.
Yes,
that's right. Yvette Clark from Brooklyn. You're right. It wasn't a right-wing conspiracy. The left is saying that's what they're doing. Yes, exactly right. That's the point. People say it's a conspiracy theory that the Great Replacement is happening. They're admitting it. Whatever happened to watching MSNBC and watching Rachel Madcow or Joy Reid, which again, another prop. If Joy Reid is on your screen, you have to use your certified April 8th Eclipse glasses because prolonged exposure to Joy Reid can cause retinal damage and explosive diarrhea. These comments have not been evaluated by the FDA, but to treat or prevent whatever the disclaimer is, you get the point. Just don't look directly at Joy Reid. It's like Medusa. You could turn to stone. But the point of the matter is they talk about this all over the place, mainstream media. Demographics, destiny. Demographics are destiny. Demographics, destiny. You have Yvette Clark saying, I need more people in my district for redistricting purposes. She's a Democrat in a Democrat district that doesn't want to lose her seat because of the out-migration in New York. So it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a process, and it's happening. Yes. And people are like, no, it's not. No, it is. And you're telling me it is. Right. It's happening.
She basically admitted on the stand that she committed the murder, yet there are still jurors out there that won't believe her.
I don't know. She's telling the truth. It's a confession.
Staggering. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. By the way, if you want to wear the Joy Reid sunglasses while holding the Kamala word salad fork for the duration of the show, I'm not opposed to that from a visual.
But I can't see. You literally can't see with these. These are eclipse. That's the point. I mean, these are like blackout. You put these on, you can't see anything but the sun. That's why it's safe for the Joy Reid thing because you don't. First of all, who wants to look at that?
Right.
I mean, that's number one. But number two, it's, it could potentially harm you.
I agree. Let's continue. Kamala Harris, 60 Minutes with Bill Whitaker last night. Phil, this is actually clip number 23 when Bill asks her about flip-flopping on fracking and a handful of other issues. Here was the Veep's response, clip 23.
Let me tell you what your critics and the columnists say.
Okay.
They say that the reason so many voters don't know you is that you have changed your position on so many things. You were against fracking, now you're for it. You supported looser immigration policies, now you're tightening them up. You were for Medicare for all, now you're not. So many that people don't truly know what you believe or what you stand for, and I know you've heard that.
In the last 4 years, I have been Vice President of the United States, and I have been traveling our country. And I have been listening to folks and seeking what is possible in terms of common ground. I believe in building consensus. We are a diverse people, geographically, regionally, in terms of where we are in our backgrounds. And what the American people do want is that we have leaders who can build consensus, where we can figure out compromise and understand it's not a bad thing, as long as you don't compromise your values, to find common sense solutions. And that has been my approach.
There it is again. Did you catch the V word, values? Remember, she was saying my policies have changed, but my values have not. Nobody can make sense of what she is, but I do believe she's a Marxist. Her father is certainly a Marxist. Read about him, Stanford professor, Marxism, the whole thing. But I mean, in regards to the flip-flopping, and we've covered this, Dawn, one day she's a communist. Yeah. She wants to attack price gouging with policies that fail third world countries. The next day she copies and pastes Joe's policies. Then she wants to plagiarize Donald Trump's policies on taxation of tips and child care credits and things like that. Then she's a socialist. Then she's a Marxist. She's all over the place because I don't really think she has any true conviction. She is the ultimate political hack of, I'll be whatever you want me to be, just let me get to the top of the mountain, right? That's what she's all about. And this whole facade of shattering glass ceilings, she'll do whatever Obama tells her to do, and the power players behind the scenes give the copy points, and they say, this is what you need to say, memorize it. This is like a test. I need you to read everything on this sheet and say it verbatim, no matter what the questions are. She'll do anything it takes to get to the top.
Amen. I mean, that's just it. As I said, she's the say anything candidate. She'll say anything. And that's why she will, as the current vice president of the United States of America, any good idea that Trump has, she just says, yeah, I'll do that too. Well, do it now then. Why didn't you do it?
The only
3.9 years.
And Dawn, I think you said it. It was the Pennsylvania Passover. The only thing I think is actually hers that she truly can own.
Best nickname ever. Bro.
Is the Walls selection snubbing Shapiro, right? I do think that's hers. But other than that, I don't think anything about her is organic or natural. So,
she
Sean,
was
your
sleep
thoughts?
Deprived, Nick. She was sleep deprived when she made the Walls pick. Remember that? Wasn't that funny how that conveniently came out a day before the debate? Well, I was sleep deprived. I was making pancakes in the kitchen, and I didn't sleep for 48 hours. And then I picked Tim Walls. Like, oops. It was a mistake. Cut me some slack. That guy's a disaster. And I think last week that Vance debate was probably, when we look back on this, let's say 5 or 10 years, if Donald Trump does win the election, probably the most consequential vice presidential debate in American history. I think that really changed. You have all these people that came in and were conditioned to hate J.D. Vance or think he's weird. The fact that he came out of that debate that night, last Tuesday, a week ago, and won every snap poll, every focus group, won the sentiment over after all that conditioning for a month and a half that he's a weird guy and a bad guy, means that was probably one of the best debate performances in political history. I don't think anybody could dispute that watching objectively. Obviously, I have a bias. But if you're objective, and I think Walls even last Tuesday handled himself okay. He came across as a normal dude. He a little flustered, but he wasn't. I don't think he bombed. But I think Vance was just so good. And I think you're right, Nick. What you said, about Walls being the only thing that she has really only her fingerprints on. It shows that when she was trusted to make that decision, your running mate, who do you want it to be? She picked probably the worst guy out there when the clear and obvious choice was Josh Shapiro, but she didn't want to be upstaged, and she thought that the Jewish male on the ticket would hurt her in Michigan. And that says everything you need to know about the Democrat Party. Everything you need to know. If picking a Jew to be your running mate ruins your chances in a crucial state, there's an issue in your party, and you need to fix it.
Yeah. Well said. Totally agree. Let's wrap with Kamala here on the cut sheet for 60 minutes. This is clip 25, Phil. This one went viral last night because nobody actually believes what she says here. This is Kamala Harris, the Second Amendment, and owning and firing a firearm. Clip number 25.
You recently surprised people when you said that you are a gun owner. And then if someone came into your house...
That was not the first time I've talked about it. That's not the first time I've talked about it.
So what kind of gun do you own, and when and why did you get it?
I have a Glock, and I've had it for quite some time. And, look, Bill, my background is in law enforcement. And so there you go.
Have you ever fired it?
Yes. Of course I have. At a shooting range. Yes, of course I have.
I don't know what was so funny about that. Why? I don't know. Maybe we've long suspected that the laugh, the cackle, is a nervous crutch of hers, so to speak.
Yep. Yes, definitely.
I also wonder if that's the signal and the tell, like if you're at the poker table, that she's lying, that she's bluffing. I mean, did you see the video last night? Now, Dawn, you're somebody that does a lot of yard work. You're like, the ultimate. I mean, Dawn gets she takes the boys to practice, the dinner, she's got the weed whacker, she got the whole charade, right? The whole bit. Did you see the video of Kamala and Dougie shoveling for October 7th? I thought she grew up middle class. Most of us middle class folk, we know how to use a shovel. She looks so foreign. If she can't use a shovel, which, by the way, I'm not the greatest with a shovel either. So I'm not trying to be like, toxic masculinity guy. I'm not a great yard work guy, right? But do you really believe she owns a firearm and has fired a gun in her life? I find that extremely hard to believe, Dawn.
Well, and what's weird is that her campaign had been asked about it, and they said they had released a statement at some point saying she had a very small pistol, a very small handgun that fit in her pocketbook. So this is the first time that we've heard it's a Glock. So I was looking up, well, what are the Glock sizes? Because I didn't, they described it as this tiny little petite handgun, as if, I guess they were trying to make it sound like, to the left, well, it's just, like a tiny little petite, like a Paris Hilton, like little dog that fits in a little pocketbook. This is a cute little tiny petite pistol.
Yeah.
It's not a big bag.
Yeah, you lose it in your purse, like with your keys and your
lipstick.
phone. Exactly. I don't believe for a second, Sean, that and then she says, Bill, my background's in law enforcement. Yeah, technically, but you were an attorney. You were not a cop. You were not in probation or parole. You were in a courtroom prosecuting criminals.
Yeah, or Willie Brown's bedroom prosecuting something else. I don't know, but hey, yeah. Well, what is this? Overnight, under the covers, it happens. Things happen.
Kamala Harris, your thoughts on those latest allegations from Sean Farish?
How dare they?
Okay, just checking.
I like that. Look, I want to contrast two different responses. Well, actually, they're very similar.
Okay.
It's a plug and play operation with Kamala Harris. Go back to the Stephanie Rule interview on MSNBC when she asked her the very, very challenging question about, did you work at McDonald's? And listen to the way she answers that question. Yes, of course I have. Of course I have. And then contrast that with a few laughs, of course, cackles. And then contrast that with the question on 60 Minutes about, has she ever fired a gun? It's the same response. She just plugs in gun where she used French fries, and that's it. She's lying. This is a woman who is lying, and when she lies, she behaves the exact same way. It's literally the same response, just talking about a different subject. This is who she is. She has to lie. She has to put forth this image, right, that she is some sort of relatable, right, middle class. Did you see the house that she grew up in Canada?
No.
That thing was immaculate, beautiful house, right? Yeah. With the green lawns,
like a Victorian huge home.
Yeah, it was a beautiful house, right? Who in the middle class lives in that house, right? If anyone wants to talk about the middle class, it should be a guy like Vance, who did that in the debate, and you could argue he was probably in the lower portion of the middle class, right? With what he had to grow up on and around. The Harris gun thing, it strikes me as a desperation thing. You do not need to appeal to gun owners if you think you are comfortably in the lead in this race with your base and your values that apparently haven't changed, right? Mm-hmm. You don't need to appeal to Second Amendment enthusiasts or moderate liberals if you think you're doing well and you're actually leading. Right. She knows, and I believe her internal polling is showing her that there's a lot of voters that are not breaking her way in these Rust Belt areas. And apparently they think, pushing this gun thing around. Have you fired a gun? Yeah, I have at a shooting range. Ha 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 ha. No specific questions about the firearm. She doesn't go in detail, but she wants to all of a sudden now tell you how much she loves guns. It's desperation.
Yep.
Things are not good on her side of the in her internal polls. I can tell you that.
And by the way, why don't they ask her about the fact that back in 2005, when she was San Francisco DA, why then did she support a proposal that would ban? It was a pistol ban for San Francisco homeowners.
Right.
So my question is, well, wait a minute. She was pushing for a ban and in San Francisco and didn't want homeowners to have it. Is that when she had a pistol and would have shot somebody?
Glocks for me, but not thee.
As Yoli always says, right? Rules for rules for thee and not for me.
Yeah. Speaking of that, Sergeant Mark Fusetti just sent me a text because he's listening and he loves the show. He says, her saying she owns a Glock is like me asking you what kind of car do you drive, and you say a car. Every owner of a Glock will tell you the number after the Glock. Sergeant Mark has a Glock 23. And you don't want to mess with Sergeant Mark, even if he doesn't have the Glock 23 on him, because he'll kick your keister. So I didn't know that. It's a good tidbit from Mark. And yeah, you're right. I mean, there's just, look, and this is the thing. She's so inauthentic. Everything about her is scripted and fake, right? And it's the complete opposite of Trump, where he's legitimately the definition of transparent and authentic. And sometimes it's to his own detriment, where he's too honest. And look, does he lie about politics? All politicians lie. But there's times where Trump says the quiet part out loud where you're like, I just wish he didn't, because now you know what the media is going to do. She's the polar opposite. Everything about her is a memorized, rehearsed line, including the cackle and the giggle. It's just astounding. I don't know how anybody buys it. But then again, I don't know. Trump derangement syndrome and abortion. I don't know. Maybe that gets her to the finish line on November 5th. We live in crazy times. All right. So let's go back to what we talked about at 6:30 this morning with FEMA, hurricanes, and this misappropriation of funds. And if, in fact, there are any funds left. Alejandro Mayorkas says we're not going to make it through hurricane season. We're tapped out. But now there's reports out that there's $8.3 billion just, sitting in a vault somewhere. Let's go to clip number 5, Phil, because when we were talking about migrants and FEMA, we were talking about how all that money was spent to move migrants all throughout the country. Hurricane comes through. The Southeast is hit. They are devastated. No funds left. And the media and the Democrats are claiming that FEMA funds were never used for migrants, except there's actually receipts. Let's go to these receipts. Clip number 5, take it away.
So now the White House says that for those cities that they know are receiving an influx of migrants, that includes New York City, as you just said, Chicago, and here in Washington, D.C., there is somebody from FEMA, that federal emergency management agency, ready and willing to really help those cities when it comes to management of these influx of migrants, including reimbursing some of those cities. That's a part of the kind of the response that the White House is now giving.
All you have to really do is if you say, do you want, and you go up to somebody on the street and you say, you want America to thrive, right? And then you compare Trump to Kamala and you can lay out all the issues. That's the beauty of this election. You can compare the first 3 years of Trump pre-COVID against, and I'll even, just for the sake of 3 versus 3 as opposed to 3 versus 4 here, Sean, I'll give 2021 a pass to the Biden-Harris administration. Now you compare 22, 23, and 24 to 17, right, 18, and 19 with Trump. Not even close. And imagine when we say America first and MAGA, make America great again. And then say, you know what? If you're hit by a hurricane, you get $750, right? Which for a family of 4, if you go to the grocery store, that gets you like 3 trips to the grocery store if you're spending $250 a pop. Again, inflation, grocery prices, also on Kamala's plate. And then all of this money spent for illegal immigrants who haven't paid a dime in taxes. This is the peak definition of your government is going to take your money and they don't like you. They don't care about you. They have bigger fish to fry. And there's the tape, Sean Farish. They spent the money on migrants.
Yeah, and they've admitted that they did that. And they tell us that it's a good thing that they did that. So again, if you're a resident of Western North Carolina and you have access to transportation, I advise you to go to Mexico, come across the border illegally, pick up your $2,500 preloaded debit card, your free phone, your free transportation, your free housing, and everything will be just fine. Okay? Renounce your citizenship. You'll still be able to vote anyway because there are loopholes all over the place. And apparently Democrats don't want to pass the SAVE Act. Come through Mexico and you'll get treated a whole hell of a lot better than you are right now. It is so unfortunate. I keep calling it the biggest American betrayal, the biggest betrayal in American history, because that's honestly what I feel it is. I feel, and I'm not impacted by Hurricane Helene. Thankfully, we're okay down here in Middle Tennessee. I feel so bad for these people in Western North Carolina, East Tennessee, places of Georgia, places in Florida that are good, law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens. That money is supposed to, we're told you give your money to the government and they're going to reinvest it in you. And they're not reinvesting it in us. They're reinvesting it in other countries. They're reinvesting it in people who don't belong in this country. They're reinvesting it in everything but the American people. $42 billion to connect rural communities to the internet, and not a soul has been connected to the internet. Not even so much as a smoke signal has gone up in some of these places, right? Pocahontas, Elizabeth Ward, knows a lot about that. We call her Chief Spitting Bull. We understand it. You look at the electric vehicle charging stations, right? $8 billion or $7 billion to build 8 electric vehicle charging stations. Where's the rest of the money? Where are the results? Where are the fruits of our labor, right? $750 is a slap. If you get it, by the way, if you qualify for $750, okay, for the little check, which is apparently a loan, which you may not have to pay back. A lot of times they don't ask you to pay back the FEMA loans, but it is technically a loan. If you get it, how far does it go? You have no house. You have no electricity. You have no water. You have no internet. You have no food. Where are you going? To the grocery store? Family of 4, family of 3. Maybe it's a family of 2. Maybe you're just a single American. You don't have a spouse and a family. You're just going for yourself. How far is that going? Is it taking care of your car payments? Who's helping? Where is the government that's supposed to be here for the American people? They're missing in action. And the reason why they're missing in action is not because they don't have the money or oops or incompetence. They don't want to help. They'd rather help other people. They'd rather help other countries. That's not me theorizing about it. It's what they're doing.
Yeah.
We're watching it. Well, and it's just so heartbreaking.
Think about what you're saying, because you're making a deduction based on, because you're watching people's actions rather than to listen to their rhetoric. So let's look at the word games that they're playing, and let's remember the timing of this. Hurricane Helene struck at the end of the fiscal year. The new fiscal year began October 1st. When did Mayorkas speak out? October 1st. Remember, right. Congress has been in the middle of budget talks and negotiations, avoiding that government shutdown, right? And that complicates it. But what we're seeing in real time here is that these bureaucrats, because this is all they know, because they're the swampsters, right?
Yep.
So these bureaucrats, this is their Mayorkas. Well, we might have just enough. I don't know. We're running out of money. What is he referring to? See, he's playing word games. And then if you look at what they're talking about, see, they say, oh no, FEMA has the money, right? They say that because they're playing word games with us, because there's the disaster relief fund. Because remember when Congress came back and they allocated enough money to get through while they negotiate. Remember that?
Yep.
So what they're doing with us is that they're playing these word games and saying, oh no, FEMA has the money, but you see what's missing the money, where the money was spent was both the disaster relief fund and then what was the other one? The SSP, right? That's the shelter fund that they're talking about, that $650 million. I know I'm getting into the weeds, but this is important.
It's important
because this is so when they speak out, they're not technically lying, because they're referring to the SSP. Because see, Congress, when they came back, they gave FEMA certain money, but they didn't necessarily fund all of these different funds that they're going to fund because they're still in negotiation. So these are bureaucrats like playing these word games so that technically, if you fact check it, did FEMA run out of money? Well, no. Did they spend the money on border? But if you look at the overall 2-year picture, and I'm looking it up right now because there are records, congressional records and so on, did our federal government overall, and that's the way we should word it, not necessarily FEMA, did our federal government spend well over this $1 billion on the so-called, the migrant crisis? Yes, that is true. Yes. Okay. And some of that money had been diverted from these shelter programs that would now be able to allocate for the disaster relief of our fellow Americans in the South.
Yep.
Yes, that is true. So I just want to point out when the media is saying all this, it's really, to me, this is a word game, and nobody should be playing these games when you have people in the mud. They've lost, like you've said, they've lost everything. And there are some people who were speaking out last night who were, and thank God for reporters who were actually there, who were saying, yeah, FEMA gave me $300. And they're saying $300. They didn't even get the $750.
Yep.
Will they get more? Of course they'll get more. But when you've lost everything and they give you a gift card for $300,
right,
and you just heard, you've been hearing for 2 years that, illegal folks coming to places like, New York or wherever get a gift card for $500 and a nice hotel room with, turn down bed services. That's tough to hear.
It is, and it's tough to see when you have guys like Zelensky showing up here with his hand out, dressed like a gym teacher at a middle school. Signing bombs with Shapiro, and then he goes home with a bag of $375 million. It's unbelievable.
All the money to Taiwan, all the money to Lebanon, all the money going all over the world, all the other countries, and nothing for the American people. And I'm sorry, but this is an us against the world thing too, right? Look, when you get a tick on your leg, your arm, whatever, you don't leave it there. Why? Because it's living off of you. It's sucking your blood. When your dog, your cat has fleas, you don't leave them there, right? Because they're parasites. They don't bring you anything positive. We are doling out money to countries all over the world to go, we have to help our friends. When are our friends going to help us? If the answer is, well, we don't really know. Well, guess what? When's my check coming? I think I lost it in the mail. Germany, France, UK, Ukraine. You're not here for us when we need some help. We're running a deficit. We don't have the money. You're not here for us. Guess who's not going to be here for you the next time you need it? That's the way it's got to be. I'm sorry. But we have allies. Well, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should choose different friends, right? Maybe we should find out who our friends really are in a time of need. Because I'll tell you what, if you think about it in your personal life, you got people who are take, and when you need something, they're nowhere to be found. I'm sorry, but that person's worthless. You should not associate with them. They're living off of you. It's a parasitic relationship. And for America, it's us against the world. We are the rest of the world. They're like ticks embedded. They're just sucking our blood and living off of us and giving us nothing but Lyme disease. Serious, right? Where is the rest of the world when we need them? Nowhere to be found. It's the tumbleweed. I'm tired of it. I am tired of it. Cut them all off and hit them where it hurts. Okay? NATO, you want money? Where the hell were you? Right? Ukraine, you want money? Where you been? Okay? Any other country? Oh, Taiwan. It is terrible. Where are you? When we have people in our country who are suffering, and you're getting $500 million over one weekend. Where are you? Where's the rest of the world? I'm sorry. Where are you? That's my point.
Here's the thing. You talk about ticks, but who carries the ticks into your yard? Number one culprit, mice and rats. So let's cut
rodents.
Right? Let's cut the grass in the swamp and let's eradicate the rats. Speaking of career bureaucrats who are now, they're in a budget battle. That's what they're fighting over. Remember when Trump, when they were doing this during his administration, what did he do? Because he's a guy who knows how to think outside the box. Remember when Congress was battling over the border wall, what did he do? He started looking around at budgets. He said, well, let me get briefed on this budget, that budget. And he said, oh, well, here's a nice big fat fund in the Pentagon budget. Under national security, I'm going to tap into this money into your Pentagon budget. Remember, they all got their undies in their bundle in a bundle because he thought outside the box, and that's the kind of leadership right now we need as Congress battles over this stuff, and it's very political. I wish we had a president or vice president who said, hey, while you guys battle it out in Congress and look to the budget battle, we're going to look at whose budget we're going to look into, and maybe we'd look at the Pentagon or whoever we can easily access. There's a lot of cash, and we're going to tap into that and make sure that these folks in 6 different states who are facing historic disasters, they're going to get their relief. That's leadership. That's the kind of thing that Trump did.
Tell me how great Elon Musk would be in that role. Like, they've talked about government efficiency. I mean, this is a guy who took over X, paid $44 billion for it. And what did Elon do in his first couple of weeks? He goes into that San Francisco headquarters, starts eliminating like 80% of the
That's
jobs.
what they're afraid of, Nick.
Having people sleep on cots. Oh, you get paid this? You're going to need, here, let's put some cots in here because you're going to be working more than 8 hours and having lattes on your break and Panera for lunch every day. You're going to start grinding. And you're right. That's what they're afraid of.
Yep.
Elon will come in and he'll say, you're out of a job. You're out of a job. You're stealing money. You're dead weight. I also would like to be a part of the government efficiency resources group. I've always said I'm great at that. I tell you what, right now, you know, these like radio, I'm going to go on a little high horse tangent here. You know, all these radio stations and radio companies around the country with people that are just stealing salaries. You put me in any line of work, radio, it don't matter. I'll walk in, bring all of your employees into the conference room, give me 5 minutes of talking to everybody, and I'll be able to tell you who's a total lightweight and who actually brings something to the table. It's not a hard thing to do. You just got to have a good sniffer, right?
Yeah, and in this case, you know, you think about this. So the federal government, see, this is what happens when we rely on the federal government to show up, that old Reagan setting, you know, I'm from the federal government, I'm here to help. Yep. And in this case, many of those areas are saying, where is FEMA? FEMA has said, look, we're coming, but I looked it up, they have 50 choppers, 50 to cover 6 different states. That's what FEMA gave. That's not enough. And so when you look at the contrast here, what makes the difference? And albeit Florida, obviously, they are experienced with hurricane disaster relief. But in these states, they can't rely on the federal government. They need to be prepared to say, you give us the resource, you, federal government, you give us the resources, let us lead the efforts and let us allocate it because we have people on the ground. That's really the model that we should all follow, and that's what Governor DeSantis does. And so the other southern states who are sort of waiting for FEMA, even Greg Abbott was out there critical of FEMA. I think these governors have to now take the DeSantis lead and take the leadership role and take the resource, but you lead it, because FEMA, I really don't think that they're equipped in the immediate aftermath. Maybe in the long term, but not immediate. They've proven that.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue. Speaking of DeSantis and FEMA, let's get to what's going on in Florida. We'll go to this back and forth that is a battle that, who knows, maybe could be the election in 2028. God forbid Kamala Harris wins. She could be the incumbent up against Ron DeSantis 4 years from now. Crazier things have happened. Let's start with Kamala Harris. Clip number 12, Phil, as she responds to reports that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is, quote, playing political games by not returning her phone calls. Here's the word salad czar herself. Clip number 12.
Folks out there have survived these hurricanes before. This one is going to be very, very serious. And I urge you to please just grab whatever you need. Listen to the orders you're getting from your local officials. They know what they're telling you, and they know what Milton is about to be. So please do that. The other point I'd make is that there's a lot of mis and disinformation being pushed out there by the former president about what is available, in particular to the survivors of Helene. And first of all, it's extraordinarily irresponsible. It's about him. It's not about you. And the reality is that FEMA has so many resources that are available to folks who desperately need them now, and resources that are about helping people get back on their feet and rebuild and have places to go. You are entitled to these resources. People are entitled to these resources, and it is critically important that people apply for the help that is there to support. That all of those resources were created for just these kinds of moments in an emergency situation, knowing that folks are entitled to have the relief that they so rightly need at this moment in time. So listen to your sheriffs around the places that have been impacted by Helene. Listen to your local sheriff, who's going to tell you straight about what's available to you and how, for so many reasons and ways, there are no conditions attached to the relief that's available to you.
President, Governor DeSantis, NBC is reporting Governor DeSantis is ignoring your calls on hurricanes, resources, and help. How does that hurt the situation here?
You know, moments of crisis, if nothing else, should really be the moment that anyone who calls themselves a leader says they're going to put politics aside and put the people first. People are in desperate need of support right now, and playing political games at this moment in these crisis situations, these are the height of emergency situations, is just utterly irresponsible, and it is selfish, and it is about political gamesmanship instead of doing the job that you took an oath to do, which is to put the people first.
Madam Vice President, Milton's arrived. All right, Phil, I want to roll right into clip 13 before we react. Here is Ron DeSantis, his rebuttal, as he categorically denies the report from ABC that he did not answer the call from Kamala Harris. Clip 13.
Saying you're not aware of that, and if so, how are you not aware of that?
So Biden called me a couple days ago with Helene when I was on the helicopter. I didn't have any issues. They had helped us with what we've done. I'm not aware that he's tried to call since then. Certainly hasn't called my phone, so I don't know quite where they're getting that information. At the same time, we got the approvals that we need. If there's something else that we need, I'll hop on the phone very quickly, whether that's the FEMA administrator or the president, and we will press the case to be able to get approvals for what we need in Florida. But we have gotten approvals for everything that we've asked for.
Code in this area?
I didn't know that she had called, so I'm not sure who they called. They didn't call me, and their characterization of it was something that they did. It wasn't anything that anybody in my office did in terms of saying that it was political.
Given the severity of the storm, since I did want to ask you about politics right now in terms of should
I don't really want to answer questions about it. This is not a time for politics. No, excuse me, Gary. You and your publication will twist anything that's done to try to make a political agenda. That's what you do. That's how you get your clicks. I understand that. I understand that's the business model. Well, but I don't want to talk about politics because, but I have a feeling that however you do, you guys will find a way to frame it. That's just your shtick. I get it. It's fine. But I don't want to participate in it. We have had to respond to a Category 4 hurricane. We've had to prepare and now respond to something that may hit as a major hurricane, may be Category 4, may even be bigger than that. We hope that it does. But that should be the focus. And I think some of these questions are trying to create some type of political angle where there's just none there. What we've asked for has been approved. You're not seeing me out there carping or complaining about anything. We have gotten what we need from the feds. We have been working constructively with all the local communities. We have marshaled an incredible amount of resources in the state of Florida to be able to get the job done. And that's just what we're going to continue to do. That's what we've always done when it comes to these types of situations.
Absolutely a great leader. Ron DeSantis, in my opinion, hands down, the best governor in America, not just Republican governor, but the best governor, period, blue or red. And here's what I know is when we've had disasters in this country, whether it's Hawaii, whether it's East Palestine, Ohio, the Biden administration, which Kamala Harris is a part of. I know people always like, oh, Kamala's like this new thing that she just dropped down from the heavens and she's Oprah, Mother Teresa, and Obama and Michelle reincarnated. She has not been a great leader. And just go back 2 years ago, September of 2022, Florida gets hit by a massive storm. How quickly did DeSantis have that bridge back up operational? This is a guy, if you were to say, give me one elected leader in America in the face of adversity when it pertains to Mother Nature, I'm selecting DeSantis first overall in the emergency disaster draft, Sean Farish and Dawn Stensland, because this is a guy who gets it. I think Kamala Harris is simply looking to play politics here because she knows she's behind and she's doing whatever she can to kind of get a little extra boost and say, oh, no, I can take care of this. I can handle disasters. And, oh, by the way, I'll just blame Republicans for playing political game. Like, who did Kamala Harris call? What did she do? What did she call the front desk? What did she have DeSantis' secretary? Did she leave a voice message? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, and what bothers me too, it's this administration complicit with the media. So when you look at all the headlines this morning, the first line is Trump. Trump inaccurately ... or Trump lies about ... What are they not covering? The media, should everybody in the media, national media, should be boots on the ground. Where are you?
Right.
You should be in Florida. You should be in North Carolina, because that's what they were in past administrations. If there was this level of a storm, and I'll even take you back to when with Bush, in 2005 with Katrina, man, they were blasting Bush at that time. And look at the difference. He was day 2. He was there. They said he was racist. He was too late. He didn't do enough, slow moving, et cetera, et cetera. This and then he wanted to give out like gift cards, $500 gift cards to people. They criticized that too. So what are they covering? Trump, whether Trump misstated something when he was talking about all of this. Where's the media? They're not there. They're not in North Carolina, South Carolina. They're not in the southern states. They're not in Florida. They're not all there. Their pundits are in their nice little cozy studios, and they're ripping on and riffing about Trump. And also, when we look at the fleecing of America, if you will, and I'll point you, and there was even a local, these are all bipartisan. When you look at the Congressional Budget Office, and they release all of this nonpartisan news, right? And even locally, one of the ranking members, Democrat Brendan Boyle, he's right here from Pennsylvania. He's our local guy on the House Budget Committee. He was involved in signing a resolution that they would have the CBO Data Sharing Act into law. So in other words, they're saying we need transparency, and we need the Congressional Budget Office to be allowed to look into all of this. This very nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office just last week, okay? Was it last? Yes, just late last week, said that Medicaid spending on illegal immigrants has cost we the people, taxpayers, more than $16.2 billion under Vice President Harris and Joe Biden. $16.2 billion. Yep. Why isn't that a headline? Why aren't we hearing about that? And what about, they're trying to pay for the omnibus bill, and so they keep trying to mitigate all the damage from that, and the ironically named, Inflation Reduction Act. And so what they're trying to do is shift everything to pay for the Inflation Reduction Act, and we're paying for it. Where is that making that? Don't you think Americans would kind of want to know about that?
Yep.
They're hiding all of that. What are they talking about? Trump, Trump, Trump. And they pump that up. They're not, it's bias by omission. And this is wrong. And so by my estimation, they're lying to the American people by not putting this out there when the topical debate right now is the fleecing of America. Where is the money? Show me the money. And they say, well, they're thinking technically they were wrong because technically it's not FEMA, it's the other funding that I mentioned, those other departments. That's like, my husband calling me and I'm at Macy's, like, because it's the last day of the sale, and Larry says, are you out shopping? Well, I'm out. I had to run a few errands. Do you know what I'm saying? That's still a lie by omission.
Yep. Sean Ferris, you got about 60 seconds. Closing remarks.
No, I don't think anything else needs to be said. Dawn nailed it on the head. They're lying to the American people. They're playing semantics in the face of a crisis. And instead of covering the crisis, or, even if the media wants to promote people who are doing these relief efforts, right? Even, let's say FEMA's having a hard time, or, there's congressional negotiations with the budget. Put somebody on there who's organizing relief efforts in these local areas. Let's get these people the help they need. They would rather trash Trump than help people. And I think we're seeing this right now. And even when Trump brought the supplies down to Georgia last week, they were so upset that he did that and not grateful for the fact that they were actually getting supplies. Mm-hmm. They'd rather see people suffer than admit Donald Trump did a good thing and live with that fact. And it is despicable. You don't hate them enough, unfortunately.
I agree. Coming up top of the hour, we'll get back to the election itself, what the betting markets are telling us compared to the polls, and also the Washington Post breaking down how Kamala is spending and putting on a production here, a campaign 3 times as big as Donald Trump, yet here she is clinging for dear life. We'll get to that at the top of the hour, but we'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour next with a big 3 from Dawn, and we'll do that coming up on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's on the menu for football season? Pork, of course. Get ready for game day with Hatfield and put some pork on your fork. Elevate your kickoff cuisine and halftime feast with Hatfield's winning lineup of marinated pork tenderloins, pork loin fillets, ground pork and sausage, bacon and ham. Whether you're the tailgate king or gridiron gourmet, Hatfield helps you savor the taste of victory. Visit simplyhatfield.com for play-by-play menu inspiration. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey supported radical sanctuary city policies, and Casey said,
I want to be held accountable if something doesn't work out well.
Casey's sanctuary city policies haven't worked out well. They released dangerous illegal immigrants onto our streets. In fact, Casey's sanctuary city policies released one illegal immigrant felon in Philadelphia who then raped a 5-year-old Pennsylvania girl. Casey made us all less safe. Casey not only supports these crazy policies that put convicted felons back on our streets, he'd make things even worse. Casey voted to give illegals with violent criminal records amnesty. Casey supported amnesty even for illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse. Rewarding illegals convicted of domestic violence and child abuse? It's insane.
I want to be held accountable.
It's time to hold Casey accountable. It's time for a change. Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-224-8517. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-224-8517.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-224-8517. Ask about senior and military discounts.
Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-224-8517, or go to oxcarcare.com.
Chase believes that having a place of your very own should be accessible for everyone. That's why we're offering homebuyer grants of up to $7,500 in select areas. It's just one of the many ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality. Visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. The Chase Homebuyer Grant is available on primary residence purchases only, on select products and subject to eligibility. All home lending products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Home lending products provided by JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
A little Iron Eagle soundtrack. Queen. Having flashbacks to Louis Gossett Jr. flying over the Gulf. Remember when Chappie Sinclair was going in to get Doug Masters' father? Great movie. Totally underrated military movie. I would argue almost as good as Top Gun. I'll get a lot of pushback and hate on that. But that's fine. That's what I'm here for. 855-839-1210. It is Kayal and Company as we continue. Nick Dawn and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning. Coming up top of the hour, kind of a good breakdown about what the betting market really tells us, because the betting market is far more favorable to Donald Trump than the polls are, even though I think Kamala's in trouble with the polls as well. Good breakdown from Outkick.com. If you like that type of stuff, polls versus betting market, poly market, we'll get into that. And then also, the Washington Post with a very interesting story with the headline. I'll just tease this for you. Harris running a much bigger campaign than Trump, but will it matter? We'll get to that coming up in the final hour of the show. But let's get caught up on some other stories in the world of news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel in Big 3 at 8:46. Oh, no, we didn't have the sounder. Oh, Jimbo!
Jimmy Kelly.
Jimmy Kelly.
Dumb. The clutch imitation of Howard Stern.
Spanking machine. He's got Howard Stern, but he doesn't have the sounder ready. The first slip up of the day. That's all right.
Here is the Big 3. Dun, 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 dun. We are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union this morning. Some fear there are some models here by the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center. Could this monster storm, Milton, could it actually increase in speed? That's one of the fears this morning, as you know, people are talking about this monster hurricane Milton threatens an already battered Gulf Coast. So mass evacuations as we're speaking right now, but it is expected to grow in size before it hits landfall. I will say that usually right before it hits landfall, in my experience and even living in Florida, generally speaking, it reduces. That's our hope and our prayer. But there are some models as these meteorologists look at this where they're very concerned. So they're saying that Hurricane Milton could possibly, it's expected to enlarge and then enlarge in intensity, as it's now a category form right now, grinding past Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, right on the way to Florida's Gulf Coast. And the target right now, it's looking at striking an area, the most densely populated area of the West Coast, obviously the Gulf Coast there, as it's headed right for Tampa, Florida. So we have these mass evacuations that are underway as I speak and are happening, and yet the fear is who will be stubborn or maybe seniors or maybe elderly folks who just say, I'm not leaving my house. I've lived here for many decades. But they're saying this could be, and this is from the U.S. National Hurricane Center, they're saying because it's going to hit right near Tampa Bay, the metro area, that's where 3 million residents are. Mm-hmm. And they're already reeling from, obviously, Hurricane Helene. And so then you look at the storm surge. So you have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis saying just this morning they've activated more National Guard members. It looks like 8,000 more National Guard members. They're staging truckloads of supplies, equipment near that area, but you have a mass exodus happening. They're saying, please leave now. The mayor, and this is not a political situation. They're really doing a great job, I will say.
Yeah.
So it did downgrade from a category 5 then to a 4 but there are some models that they're saying it could intensify again.
I know you said I know you said earlier when you were giving the forecast for us in the 6 or the 7 o'clock hour, we had a beautiful weekend. So I know with Helene we had that little murky spittering and spattering the last. Are we getting any of the remnants here, or is this thing going to blow out way
Probably
before?
Not.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's if there's a blessing here, just like you alluded to, Sean. So it's, in other words, it's going, if you picture it just goes right horizontal across the state of Florida. So you're hitting the middle part of the state, and that includes Orlando, another populated area. And then right now it does not look like it's focused on Miami, which obviously is further south. West Palm, I don't think so. But if it goes across and then back out to the Atlantic Ocean and still goes on its way. So for folks like, let's say, North Carolina, Georgia, and these other 5 states that are reeling from all the damage, it doesn't look like it's, thank God, going to strike them in the path that Helene took.
It's not going to be able to, based off of everything that we could see on all the maps. There's a high pressure right now. It's anchored over like the direct center of the United States. That high pressure is going to move east, and because it's going to move east, it's going to bounce this storm. It's going to eject it into the Atlantic Ocean. So as long as that high stays anchored in place, and there's no reason why it wouldn't, there should be no problem in terms of remnants making their way into previously affected areas, I would say.
And so they're saying that, to your point, it's expected to make landfall sometime tomorrow. And the concern and the reason for these evacuations is that it's doing this where it's suddenly intensified as we watched it. And so what if, because it's highly unpredictable, right? And so as it makes its way across the state of Florida, then the National Hurricane Center and those experts say the area placed under this hurricane warning is home to more than 9.3 million residents in Florida. And so it's likely to remain a hurricane for its entire journey across the Florida Peninsula. A lot of times we hear it getting downgraded to a tropical storm. This is also something I'll say that's unusual. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because it definitely is. So, it definitely is unusual.
So
but what I will say about this too, about further intensification, it's when it starts to move northeastward, and it's going to start. It's already starting now to gain latitude. It's probably not going to intensify as much as it could, because it's heading into an environment of higher wind shear. And it should hamper further rapid intensification. So the good news is Milton may very well have peaked in terms of its intensity, but when it gets weaker, starts to lose that tight bond and tight circulation, the wind field will expand. So hurricane tropical storm force winds will be felt far further away from the center of circulation. Whereas right now, this is actually a very compact storm. Right.
Yeah.
It's going to swell in size, but it may have peaked in total intensity in terms of ferocity of the winds. But the size of the storm is most definitely going to grow. And that's where storm surge starts to play a role and other things like that.
Well said. Sean Farish breaking it down.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
I love the weather, guys.
Hurricane Farish.
Careful what you wish for, okay?
Sean, you don't know this, but we had a guy for many, many years. Dawn, is Hurricane Schwartz, Glenn, still on Channel 10 here?
I don't know. I don't think so.
we had a meteorologist, Sean, the local NBC affiliate, used to wear these bow ties, and his name was Glenn Hurricane Schwartz. I'm going to start calling you Hurricane Farish.
Yeah, right?
So here's the thing. I don't want anyone to think like I'm downplaying it.
No.
And I'm just like, because I've kind of posted about, like, don't downplay it. People need to take it seriously. Like, absolutely heed all warnings. But I also want to caution people against kind of getting into a hysteria situation, because there's going to be a lot of clickbaiting going on about climate change or potential, other reasons why the hurricane is strong and all this. Just stay calm, right? If they're telling you to leave, it's probably for a good reason. You're dealing with, DeSantis. You're dealing with people who know what they're doing down there in Florida. And I don't think this makes landfall as a 5. I could be wrong. I think it's going to make landfall as a weaker category 4, stronger category 3, the wind shear that it's moving into, the size of the storm, a lot of factors. And as it gains latitude, I think you're going to see it having a little bit of a harder time developing. It'll grow in size. But I do think 897 millibars, 180 mile per hour winds, that'll be the high water mark for the storm. That's my prediction.
Okay.
And speaking of water, the largest regulated water as well as wastewater utility company in our area and in the entire United States, they've announced that they were the victim of some kind of a cyber attack. So they shut down. This is obviously they're focusing on that. So they're pausing all the billing to customers. Heads up. It's the New Jersey based American Water, and it provides service to more than 14 million people across 14 states. And this is even on 18 military installations. And so this raises another red flag and another level of concern. They said they became aware of an unauthorized activity, and then we're taking steps, including shutting down certain systems. So they don't believe at this point that the facilities or the operations were impacted, but what's going on here? So they said they're now talking about this, more revealing. They just admitted to it. They just announced it. We didn't know about it until at some point yesterday. Now we're getting some more details on this, saying that they have an around-the-clock investigation on the nature and the scope of this very concerning cyber attack on a large utility, and obviously law enforcement at many different levels, federal, local, national, et cetera. And they're looking into it. But it affects everywhere from California, Georgia, Hawaii, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Maryland, Missouri, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia.
Wow.
Including those states. So this is a huge wastewater system that they manage across the country. What's going on here with this cyber attack?
Yeah, scary stuff. Crazy stuff.
It is crazy.
It is, for sure.
What's going on here?
Yep.
Number 3, this is a Kayal and Company News follow-up, because remember we talked about this lawsuit. It involved a tragedy of a local college student named Sarah, and she had an unusual heart-type disorder where she couldn't drink energy drinks.
Oh, my. Is this
Remember
the Panera
this?
juice, the jacked up lemonade?
Yes.
Ah, jeez.
So this trial was supposed to begin and was getting national attention. This trial locally was supposed to begin here in Philadelphia this week. So Panera Bread, this was a lawsuit filed against Panera Bread, brought by the grieving parents of a University of Pennsylvania student named Sarah, 21 years old, Sarah Katz, and she died after drinking their charged lemonade. Happened less than 2 years ago. The trial set for this week. Both sides have just announced they settled this wrongful death lawsuit. So Sarah Katz, 21 years old, and it was a supercharged caffeine drink. They've now pulled it. There have been other people who became critically ill or seriously ill, so they did pull the drink, no longer serve it. But this was Klein and Spector, a pretty famous law firm here in Philadelphia, and their attorney Elizabeth Crawford, who represents the grieving parents. No word on the monetary settlement or the terms of the settlement, but it's done. It's settled.
Yeah, this is, I think this is something that people need to pay attention to. I've seen this story or stories like this multiple times. The Daily Mail has this a lot with all of these stories of why youngsters are having alarmingly high rates of things like colon cancer and stuff like that. And some of these illnesses or god-awful diseases that are plaguing young people, a lot of them are linked to these energy drinks. And I don't know the specifics of what caused her, and I know you've given the story in the past. This is something that I've got to be careful with because I've got heart issues in my family. I had SVT, and after I take my nap each day, the great nap that we all talk about here on this show, I drink a Celsius. I drink a Celsius when I get up to get re-energized for the second half of my day. So, I know there's no sugar in Celsius, but there's other bad ingredients that'll probably kill me. Sean, are you a coffee or a Red Bull guy? I mean, are you just naturally insane?
Well, I'm a Jet fan, so I'm naturally insane. No, I am I'm a coffee guy. I'm a tea guy. I love tea. There's some really good vanilla. It's got vanilla tea. I have this tangerine. It's got the caffeine. It's good. It wakes you up. I used to be big into energy drinks and cut back big time because of the threats that it would make for your kidneys, actually. Shut your kidneys down.
Yep.
Did not want to deal with that. So decided we'll just drink coffee.
Yep.
And some little tips and tricks there, right? Black. I drink it black. Coffee of color, we call it.
Yes. So I drink mine as well.
I have to say that because if we don't say coffee of color, we're called a racist. You can't say black coffee.
That's right.
You can't say that. You have to say coffee of color.
That's right.
So she had a long QT syndrome, type 1. It was some kind of a heart condition. That's why her parents said she knew about this, and she really was known to look at ingredients and avoid any kind of supercharged thing with supercharged caffeine, sugar, etc. So in any event, it's a horrible story, but it's settled.
All right.
So no trial. But no to the trial, yes to American Heritage Credit Union, our sponsor here for the Big Three. So if you're ready to buy a home, are you ready? With American Heritage Credit Union, a home connection, get cash rewards, lower mortgage rates, and discounts. Just visit them. AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA, not a member. Just join today. NMLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We'll take a quick break. We're going to come back, get to your phone calls. If you're on hold, hang tight. We'll get to you, 855-839-1210. We've got our morning mystery movie clip. We've got more cuts. We're going to get to the cut sheet part due a little earlier today. So much more to get into, including some of the protests that were happening yesterday for the one-year commemoration of October 7th. And a couple of more media meltdowns over their favorite target. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Sean, the 9 o'clock hour rolls on next.
Are you ready for your transformation, your makeover? I'm talking about your kitchen. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built an impeccable reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care and professionalism. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions, they get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. So just get your free in-home consultation. Put this on the calendar, kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com, because trust is everything when it comes to your kitchen. kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of healthcare insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
They're pounding on the door. They're calling on the phone. They're threatening to close your business. If debt has your business on the brink, call Ray Reynolds, the godfather of credit. For over 40 years, Ray Reynolds has helped thousands of customers get millions in cash credit. It's no wonder why they call Ray the godfather of credit. He may even be able to raise your score above 750 before the end of the year. You could even get a new personal or business credit line up to $50,000 within days. If your credit needs a rebuild, call Ray Reynolds and receive a $1,000 cash credit credit card at closing. Raise your credit score to 750 or more. Call Ray Reynolds at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295. Learn about Ray's secrets to success and how he can fix and improve your credit score to 750 or more. Call the Godfather of Credit Rebuild, Ray Reynolds, at 800-576-2295. 800-576-2295.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
The following is a paid commercial message.
A lot of congressmen talk about real results, but Brian Fitzpatrick actually delivers for real people like Tom.
I believe that Congressman Fitzpatrick does have his finger on the pulse, does feel the needs of businesses, and recognizes what small businesses mean to Main Street America.
Janice.
I would say 100% that I support Brian Fitzpatrick for Congress. I know that he has our interests at heart. He's just really a man of great integrity.
And Pete.
Congressman Fitzpatrick is very responsive, especially to veterans' needs. I can't think of any other person I'd rather see as my congressman than Brian Fitzpatrick.
Delivering for Pennsylvania. That's Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. Vote on or before Election Day, November 5th. Paid for by America's Credit Unions PAC of Credit Union National Association, Inc., americascreditunions.org, and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. America's Credit Unions PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and to take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Is on. Hello.
Kayal and Company as we continue 9:08 live on this Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Farish in this morning for Greg Stalker. He'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully all of you enjoyed the debut of the Jimmy Fallon show last night, which launched at 7 o'clock here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Poor Stalker, he had to take the train all the way from Philadelphia to New York City. I almost ran him over with my truck yesterday on Market Street after the show. I hear this guy start shouting, and I look up, and all of a sudden it's Stalker. What the hell's he doing? He was getting on the train. 855.
It's first class. It's a Cella.
Oh, he was riding with the Biggity Bigs?
You know.
Okay.
It's nice.
Yeah, he had his earbuds in. He wasn't paying attention as he walked across the street. I came close to flooring it, but discretion's the better part of valor, so
that would have been bad.
It would have been bad, yeah. It would have been bad for us, Don. No doubt about it. We'd have been searching for a new boss. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip coming up at the 9:20 mark, and then we're going to get right back to the cut sheet probably in about 25 minutes or so. A lot of stuff still left over, but not involving FEMA. We've done a lot of stuff with that, but a lot of the protests, the pro-Gaza nonsense from yesterday, that's in the cut sheet and a few other clips as well. But let's get to some of these phone calls. A lot of people that waited patiently through not only the cut sheet, but also the big three. Let me grab, let's start with Marilyn on line 1, who is in Delaware. Marilyn, you're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You go right ahead, Marilyn. Jim, you want to punch that up there, bud? There we go. Marilyn, good morning. How are you?
Hello?
Hello?
I am wonderful. How are you guys?
We are well, ma'am.
Well, I am flipping tired of Kamala and the Democrats, and when Sean spoke, I just wanted to reach through the phone and kiss him because I have been on Facebook. What?
I said, oh, gosh.
He's excited. He wants you to come through the phone. He wants a virtual smooch.
No. Listen, I'm very happily married. It's okay, but I appreciate the support,
Me
okay?
too. 30 years. I'm happily married. I'm from Kensington. I just live in Delaware. And I am here to tell you that Dawn, Nick, you, everyone, I have been in Facebook jail so many damn times I can't even take it.
Wow.
Because I am extremely tired at 59 years old. Never in my life was there such a moronic president. I can't believe Kamala and all the lies. Every time I turn on the TV, all I want to do is get away from politics, and all you hear is what the Democrats are doing so great. What have they done great? Not a darn thing. Nothing.
I agree. How about that? You go right ahead, sir.
Hey, man, I just got done shopping at Wegmans in Warrington, and I just came up with a thought. You know, Kamala was a bagger at a grocery store. She would put the taco shells underneath the 12-pack of Coke. You know what I mean?
Yes. She'd put the eggs underneath your case of water.
So real quick, this is literally how I think Kamala. You guys remember the movie Gladiator?
Of course.
Do you know the beginning scene after the fight when the Caesar's son shows up late?
Yep.
And he goes, "You missed the war." That's Kamala. You know, she's also the ending scenes of Animal House where the marching band's going up the street and they kick the guy out of the way and they march him down a one-way street into a dead end. Yes. That's Kamala. Yes. I could go all day with this. And just one last thing, she's working on an opportunity disaster for everybody, just so you know.
Yeah, it's an opportunity economy. It's opportunity disasters, Ray. There's our buddy Ray in Warminster. You know, that leads me to these betting markets that we're seeing, which I feel really good about. And for probably closing in on a week now, I've had this real calm confidence because the polls are showing one thing, the betting market, specifically in Pennsylvania, where in about a 72 to 96 hour stretch in the poly market betting odds, Trump went from +2 to +4 to +6 to +9 up to 12, a 12-point advantage. And what I think is interesting, and I know, Sean, you pay attention to this as far as polls and the betting market, is what I try to separate. Yeah, you could talk about polls being wrong 2 years ago, which they were. You could talk about Trump outperforming polls in 16 and 20 in the general election, also certainly valid. So you've got the yin and the yang. But what I always try to look at is there's usually some sort of a bias to a poll. The betting market, especially the sharp bettors that are not betting with their hearts, they're not betting because they've got Trump derangement syndrome. They're not betting because they love Trump and think he can walk on water. Smart bettors, those that are invested, bet with their head, not their heart. And those are the select few that win. And I'm seeing this polymarket betting odds go off the charts for Trump. Is some of that the Butler rally? Possibly. But it's been going on even before that, dating back to last Tuesday or Wednesday. And it makes me wonder, who knows what's going on? Somebody knows something, because there's a lot of money being put in right now on Donald Trump. And it makes me want to jump in myself, even though I think Polymarket, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, this is offshore. So you can't wager on this if you're an American resident, I think. Is that correct?
Oh, you can. You absolutely can.
You
it's
can.
a crypto
Okay.
betting website.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you got crypto, you can make your bets on Polymarket, and you can go ahead and do that. Obviously not financial advice. Make sure that you're doing it all legally, because there are many ways with crypto that you can get yourself not in the hot water, but people may get a little upset with what you're doing. But it's a crypto, so you could use it. Peter Thiel, I think, is the founder of Polymarket, and everyone likes to say that Polymarket is biased because Thiel financed a lot of JD Vance's Senate campaign. He's a big donor, but it's just a betting website. Like what you're saying, people are betting on what they believe the outcome will be. And the fact that Americans do have access to this and can wager on this is actually more significant, because you have Americans betting on what they believe is going to happen with their own money. There's more skin in the game when you answer, when you make a wager than when you answer a poll, right?
Yep.
If you answer a poll, who are you voting for? I might want to mess with the pollster, so I might say Kamala Harris. But if I go on Polymarket, I don't think she's going to win. I genuinely think it's going to be close, but I genuinely think Donald Trump is going to win. If I was going to bet money on Polymarket, and by the way, I haven't, because I'm not a gambler. I don't like doing that. I personally think it's a bad habit. Nothing against people who do. It's fun. I get it. I don't want to get involved in that habit. It costs enough in the supermarket. I start wagering on sports and throwing things through TVs. Now I got to get more money. I got to get a new TV, and I still need food.
Yeah.
So,
and you're a Jets fan, so it's a double whammy.
No, rule one would be never bet on my own teams, because that just compiles the stress. But if I were to wager on Donald Trump, and who knows, maybe if he dips underneath 50% in the betting odds, I'll throw something in there, a little. They call it smart money, or they call it very smart. We're a smart guy. We love it. But we have the betting markets. I think they're erratic too, but they give you a better pulse as to where things are trending. So when you start to see the betting markets favoring Trump and the polls trending in his direction over a period of time, you can take your fingers, put it on the neck of America, get the pulse of how people are feeling. And I think, since you said last Tuesday, the debate with Vance, the response to Helene, this new hurricane coming, FEMA, do they have money? Do they not? Wars breaking out in the Middle East. Israel wants to attack Iran. All this other. People are looking at, and then the interviews, right? Where's the fork? The interviews with the salad fork. People are starting to say, yeah, I don't really think she's got what it takes to cross the finish line in the lead. And,
right.
And I think that's what you could take from betting markets.
Well, the more you see her, the more she's exposed, the more she talks, the dumber she proves to be. Because, I think I tweeted this yesterday, and this actually really applies to Kamala Harris. I just want to go back to this, and I'm going to give you these Polymarket betting numbers here in just a moment. But I believe it was Abraham Lincoln that said the following. He said, better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. And I think every time that she talks, she shows why she was the lowest rated approval rating vice president in modern American history. Remember, there was speculation midway through that they were going to try to get her off the ticket, but then it would be an admission that DEI is a failure, and the optics, you can't fire her, she's a female, she's a minority, oh my God.
New York Times wrote hit pieces on her.
Right.
They wrote hit pieces on her right before she became the nominee. They were like, she's terrible. She's the disappearing VP. Then she's the nominee. The media is like, it's like it's that scene from iRobot. Which one of you? One of us, right? Yeah, you like Kamala Harris? One of us. That's what it was. They're all NPCs, lights and clockwork. I love that movie, by the way.
According to Polymarket right here, this is as of 2 days ago. There's been $1.2 billion that have been bet on the election.
Wow.
They give Trump a 50% chance of winning compared to Harris's 40%. In this scenario, based on the Electoral College and how Polymarket has put the select odds on the swing states, it would give Trump a 262 to 251 lead over Harris, with Pennsylvania being the win or take all. Obviously, if Trump is to get those 19 electoral votes, that would bring him to 281. And right now, he's got as of last night, he was up 56 to 44 in Pennsylvania. Now, the polls are different, obviously. And I saw some polls yesterday that were more favorable to Trump. Some were a little bit more favorable to Kamala. She was still up like 1 or 2 in Michigan, 1 or 2 in Wisconsin, tied in Pennsylvania. But I still believe that the easiest path for Trump is the 7 swing states. You just take the 3 that matter. North Carolina, because you've taken it twice. Georgia, It's an easy flip. You lost it by 10, 11,000 votes 4 years ago. And then Pennsylvania, which you won in 2016. You lost 4 years ago by 80,000 votes. But there's been great news that came out yesterday from Scott Pressler. Bucks County is now 3,000 in the red as far as registered Republicans over Democrats. And I think there's another county he threw out yesterday as well, where, I mean, I don't know that there's a more valuable player right now in Republican politics than Scotty Pressler. I mean, think about this. Who's working harder than that guy right now?
Nobody.
Maybe Dawn Stensland, because she works 6 hours a day.
With Trump Force 47 doing a fantastic job.
Right.
Scott Pressler's the MVP of this election cycle. And the guy's a workhorse. He's a machine. He's going to every county board of elections and delivering notices and doing all this. He even blew up a story right before the Butler rally that the Pennsylvania State Department was going to, quote unquote, do maintenance to the voter registration database or something during the rally.
Yep.
And, he said this could be politically motivated to stop registrations off the heels of the Butler rally. And they actually moved the time. So,
1,000%. Well, we talked about that yesterday, Sean. I mean, Trump said that he was coming to Butler on October 5th, I think on September 25th. Then on September 30th, the Pennsylvania State Department comes out and says, on Saturday, October 5th from 6 to midnight, as Donald Trump takes the stage, routine maintenance, I'm sorry, internet down. Coincidence?
Right.
No, I have my doubts.
I don't think so.
No. Come on. Nonsense. All right. 855-839-1210. Jimmy Kelly, let's see what we have lined up for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We have a serious game coming up in between a doubleheader at the Houston Astrodome. We'll be in a professional arena. We'll be in front of a lot of people. Gentlemen, I expect to be prepared to win this game.
Who sent this guy, Hitler?
What's your name, son?
Elton?
Elton what?
John.
You have something to say to the group, Elton?
No?
Move it, Elton. I said move it! Now!
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210 and you could win this great prize.
All right, today we have a pair of tickets to a night on the Bayou celebrating Creedence Clearwater Revival on October 11th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. If you are caller 12 with the correct answer to that Jimmy Kelly movie at 855-839-1210, you will get the tickets to a night on the Bayou. Best of luck. We'll get our winner on the other side, hopefully. And then what's on the cut sheet part 2 as we roll on. Kayal and Company, back after this.
But first, it's off to paradise once again the Italian Riviera. I hope you join me, Riviera, I should say. I hope you join me again on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. You know this if you joined me last spring in southern Italy. Join me now for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy. Some of you already texting me saying, we're in. Is Romina going to be there again? Yes, she is, as well as her brother. So it's going to be a lot of fun. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, Conservative Tours. We're talking about Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. 5378. That includes your airfare, dining events at the wineries. Remember, we had so much fun, and we have little competitions, singing all the songs. It was just amazing moments. And in Tuscany, even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Just call toll-free 888-733-9494. conservativetours.com. If you go to conservativetours.com, you'll see my picture there, and then scroll through it. You can see pictures and all the deets on what we'll be doing, including hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence. Remember Florence, Michelangelo? It's gorgeous. I've been there. Milan. And then we will conclude our fantastic trip on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you there in Cinque Terre. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Longing for thick, healthy, gorgeous hair? Say goodbye to shedding thin and dull hair and say hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume from New Nordic.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Gather your family and friends for the Buddy Walk and Family Fun Day on Sunday, October 20th at Lincoln Financial Field. Let's celebrate individuals with Down syndrome and have a fun morning. Proceeds benefit CHOP's Trisomy 21 program and the National Down Syndrome Society. Learn more at buddywalk.chop.edu.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune into a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Get the latest news and information that affects your health and wellness. This Saturday, October 12th at 10 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Sally Helm with the podcast History This Week. In each episode, we serve as your eyes and ears into history's biggest events. Major elections, world wars, scientific breakthroughs. But we also bring you into the smaller, behind-the-scenes stories. The unsung heroes, secret meetings, even personal grudges that changed the course of history. Listen to and follow History This Week, an Odyssey podcast in partnership with the History Channel. Available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
I saw you, I know you, I knew you. I think I can remember your name.
9:30, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenslin, Sean Farish. Sean in for Greg today. Stocker will be back tomorrow. We'll see if we have Bruno on the show tomorrow. Obviously, weather dependent upon what's transpiring later today into tomorrow in the Tampa area with the hurricane. And then Sean Farish will be back with us in his normal spot on Friday at 8:30. And Sean's going to be in Pennsylvania a lot. He's going to be here, 10 days from now in Montgomery County. Yep. And then again for Debate Morning in America. Are you prepping your material for that?
Time, by the way, I just have to say this. It's going to be a great time. And the fork may be with us. May the fork be with you. Okay? Look at that. We'll see what happens. I like this fork, and it's definitely, I think it's coming. I think it's coming to Pennsylvania.
Have you ever actually used that to eat or eat a salad? Or is that just really a back scratcher that looks like a fork?
No, it's not a back scratch. It's not a back scratch. This is not a back scratcher. So my wife bought this. She thought it would be just a fun thing, because I like to be goofy out, like eating and stuff with friends. So I like to use it to steal off of people's plates. But then I said, this is a great Kamala Harris, big salad fork that we can use. And I don't know, I think maybe I'm going to make a spoof video of, Trump promoting this like Billy Mays, but wait, there's more.
Billy Mays here.
It's huge. Look at that. It's the greatest fork the world has ever seen. May the fork be with you. I like that line, by the way.
That is.
May the fork be with you. So we'll see.
Yeah, you got the copyright.
We will see.
That. Yeah, trademark.
It's coming to Pennsylvania. The fork is coming to Philly.
There you go. Nice work.
Yeah.
All right. It looks like we do not have our morning mystery movie clip winner. So Jimmy Kelly pulled something out of his keister that nobody knows the reference to.
Oh, no.
So we'll just hold off on that. And let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. All right, part 2 here on this Tuesday morning. As we know, Kamala Harris sat down with Bill Whitaker last night on 60 Minutes, but today she's going to be going through the car wash, right? From one spot to the next, New York City here, New York City there. She's going to be on with The View. She's going to be on Howard Stern. She's going to be on Colbert tonight. So we'll have all of that for you tomorrow on the cut sheet. But since she's going on Howard Stern, and I know Kamala Harris is always very prepared, I actually think she should flip the script because Kamala and the Democrats are obsessed with race, right? And they're the first group of people to always point out, hey, Donald Trump is this and Republicans are that. But way back in the day when Howard Stern was, defying the establishment and, trying to stick it to the man, and he had a set of you-know-what, he said this on what used to be a great radio program. Clip number 1, Phil. Howard Stern back in the day in blackface dropping a very, very bad word. Listen to
I
this.
hate blackface. I just can't get this off. Besides, Whoopi done wrote everything I'm going to say here tonight, so it's all right. Ain't that right, you smelly I didn't write that. Well, you is a smelly I got some more jokes for your New Year's Eve party there.
You're not tired of this.
And don't be racially offended, because Whoopi done wrote them for me, okay? Here we go.
Go ahead.
Black hole.
Black hole.
You're going to love this. Hey, look at that. What do I loves most about the Whoopi?
Oh,
yeah.
Such a great timing.
Hey, Robin, what does you call a black rocket scientist?
I don't know, Ted.
Whoopi wrote it. Hey, did you happen to notice this?
No, what
this
is that?
This here's my mother, Mama Dancing. Why, she done working blackface, too.
So the N-word is a very vile, disgusting word. And I'm so tired of all of these frauds back in the day that dressed up in blackface before they became part of the cancel culture movement. Howard Stern, is it Fallon or Colbert? There's another late night guy that was seen in it years ago. Maybe it was Kimmel. I forget who it is. One of the unfunny, overpaid guys that nobody watches anymore. So all of these people have this history. Yet in this day and age, in this climate, you're the first to point out Donald Trump as Hitler, as racist, as this or that. But all the ones that are woke today were the biggest violators of what they rail against 30 years ago. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, and can you imagine?
Rules for thee.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Don.
Rules
You were
for
saying?
thee. I was just going to say, can you imagine if any Republican, any of these people, J.D. Vance or Trump or anybody locally ever had done this and put that makeup on their face and done that kind of a bit, they would be
Great point.
canceled immediately.
Could you imagine if if videos or pictures emerged of J.D. Vance at Yale Law School with blackface? I mean, that CNN would go into panic mode. They would go to breaking news, and they'd have a 9-person panel to break down all the reasons why Trump needs to force J.D. Vance off of his ticket, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
No, it would be a huge scandal. It would be the biggest October surprise we've probably ever seen, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be huge news. And by the way, I mean, if it happened recently, I would have a problem with it. Big, right? Because, you're not supposed to. But something that happened 20, 30 years ago, when like Trudeau was wearing blackface, Ralph Northam was wearing blackface. Look, do what you want. I'm not offended by jokes like that, but it's not appropriate to do now, based on the standards. But if you're going to take videos and things from 30 years ago or 20 years ago, like Mark Robinson, whatever it is, and apply them today, then you better be ready for the criticism when we find stuff on you. And the problem is it's not fair.
It's not covered,
the Mark
right?
Robinson thing, right? Look, think about it. The Mark Robinson, they're all over him for the whole porn thing, right? He was involved on a porn site. He had an account or something and wrote weird messages. So it's not okay for some guy 20 years ago, Mark Robinson, to be involved on a porn website. And I don't like porn. I don't go on those sites. It's not my thing. But it's not okay for him to do that. But it is okay for your middle schooler to have porn in his library in the school. That's fine. Yeah. But Mark Robinson, bad. So, I need to know, what are the rules?
Yeah.
When's the next time you're going to change them? And who are they changing in favor of?
And clearly the rules are, if you're a conservative, whatever you did, they're going to put it in the headlines and crucify you over it. And by the way, I know you said that the blackface jokes happened 20 years ago or 15 years ago. Do you know anybody in your life who ever did that?
No.
I don't know anybody in my life.
I don't.
In my coworkers, nowhere have I known anybody. And yet all of these people They all did that.
It's all the left-wing Hollywood elitist celebrities
That's a
that do
good
it.
point. Yeah, that's a good. I don't know anyone who wore blackface.
No.
I mean, not even like for
Or would
Halloween.
speak like that.
No. And to your point of the coverage of it, too. I mean, think about this. So we can talk about for years Trump and Stormy Daniels, yet we don't hear squat in the mainstream media about Dougie Emhoff impregnating the nanny while he's married in his first marriage. That has been confirmed. That is verified. There's
And allegedly being domestic, allegedly,
right. The reports
domestically abusing
Yeah.
at least two women, including the nanny, that has been alleged, and then the girlfriend, that has been alleged.
Right.
And the girlfriend's story was in a valet where they're waiting for the valet, allegedly, and that there are witnesses. And so that's very different from an alleged private consensual relationship. I know Stormy Daniels has said in the past she's signed paperwork that nothing ever happened. And then she did like the Anderson Cooper interview and she said, well, yes, something did happen, but never once. And we saw the interview with Anderson Cooper where Stormy said this was 100% consensual. That's what she alleged. So there, on one hand, you have an alleged, violent domestic abuser. The other one, a consensual adult relationship 20 years ago.
But flip the script
and the
here.
argument the left,
Go ahead,
the
Sean.
argument
Go
the left will make is, well, Doug Emhoff's not running for president, but Donald Trump is.
Okay.
And you're like, okay, all right, fine. But it's still, as Dawn just said, a consensual relationship. Who cares?
All right, well,
what
it's
does that have to do with how he's going to? What does that have to do with how he's going to handle Iran?
It's
yeah, but now that we know she has a Glock.
But flip it
what
to
if
the
Dougie
family.
got the Glock?
Let's say it's a family member or a sibling. Okay, yeah, Doug Emhoff's not running for president. Neither is Donald Trump Jr. Let's say, let's take all the facts and all the reports and the allegations. Let's say the headline was, allegedly, Donald Trump Jr. abused a female. Do you think the media will be waiting for the verification of that story to run with that headline?
Not a chance.
Not a chance in hell.
And you're 100% right. I'm just saying what they would say.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because this is what they do. This is what we have to expect when we bring this stuff up, right? This is what they do now when we go, well, if Kamala wants to do this, how come she's not doing it? Well, she's not the president. Okay. You're telling me Joe Biden has any authority in this White House right now where Jill was sitting at the head of the table? You're telling me that guy's calling any of the shots? Come on, right?
Yep.
But this is what they default to. Kind of like what Dawn said earlier about the FEMA and the money. They'll play semantics. Well, she's not the president. She's the vice president. Well, Doug Emhoff's not running for president, but Trump is. But if, to your point, to your exact point now, Melania had nude photos, right, for her modeling career. And they made a big deal about this, but they're not making a big deal about anything that Doug Emhoff did. So you can target one spouse, who, by the way, is a woman. And I think talking about a woman taking nude photographs, maybe that's kind of misogynistic. I don't know. Not my rules. But you can't talk about Doug Emhoff and the allegations and the stories that we've heard and the impregnation of the nanny. We can't talk about any of that because he's not running for president. Well, Melania is not running for president, right? So they can rules for thee. It's hypocrisy, and sensible people see it.
Yes. All right, let's go to yesterday, the 1-year commemoration of October 7th, 2023, as clip number 6 here, Phil. I know I'm jumping around here, but let's get to Columbia, the Ivy Leagues, as Columbia students, although they could be paid professional protesters, as that was unearthed last year when this was going on. Columbia students chanting, "Resistance is glorious, we will be victorious," on the anniversary, or I like to say the commemoration of October 7th. Take a listen and watch this disturbing clip. Clip number 6. You know, you knew this would pop up again. You knew it would rear its ugly head again on college campuses once school got back in session in August. And here we are, a month out from the election, 1-year commemoration of 1,200 innocent people being slaughtered. And these cowards are walking around. And I tweeted out the headline and the front page of the New York Post about an hour ago, if you want to see it. It says the word despicable, and it's got a bunch of people wearing COVID masks as they are there celebrating what happened on October 7th. And there's one individual saying, "We will honor all our martyrs." You know, it's amazing to me, and I tweeted this, and I'll just read it verbatim. Their cause, and I used cause in air quotes, is so righteous that they are using useless COVID masks to conceal their identities. True definition of cowardice. Yeah. So if you think your cause is so righteous and you're on the right side, which you're not, you're on the side of evil versus good, the side of life versus doing what Adolf Hitler did during World War II, which was trying to eradicate an entire population. Well, then take off your useless COVID mask, show your identity, and walk around with your chest out real big and proud and say that you're on the right, but you're not. This is, again, Dawn, what a wild concept. We implement masks into society, and now they're worn for protests and also to commit crimes in big cities.
How about that?
Shocking. Who would have ever thought that would materialize?
It's a sin.
It is. It's a disgusting
Dawn, I
sin.
wonder if the tuna thieves were wearing masks or not.
I know, and the chip steak beef bandits.
Speaking of Kayal and Company news follow-up, do we have any developments with the tuna?
I know.
We got to look at.
We got no meat heists today. Usually that happens when Sean's on with us.
Usually, someone's stealing tuna, or
maybe by Friday.
You know what happens if it's crab legs and crab fries? We know who it is. He's over. He's the guy the show's named. But it's the tuna story. No, the masks are funny. I remember when it was. It used to be illegal to wear a mask into a bank, and then all the banks started requiring it. I was like, what are we doing? You guys want to get robbed? What's the deal? It's crazy. It's like the people who tweet at us behind an egg on X,
I know.
Fake pictures.
Yeah.
You suck. And I'm like, really? A nice picture.
Put your name on it, buddy. Come on. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. We'll come back. We'll find out what occurred today in music history. No voicemails today because Stalker handles the voicemails. So we'll take a break on the voicemails. But today in music history from Phil, and then what's on tap for the Dawn Show before we get out of here on a Tuesday morning. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I just think the world of the Chapman family team. Mike and Mark Chapman started their business locally. Chester County, two brothers started their business. And as their family has grown, obviously their business has grown. And you know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, this is the perfect time. Perfect time of year, but also because for the entire month of October, Chapman is giving you the chance to receive $1,000 credit to a brand new front door. So you simply have to send them a photo of your current front door. Everybody who sends in a photo, you receive $500. That's credit toward a new door, while the person with the door most in need, right, that needs the most TLC, you're going to get $1,000, okay? An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home, increase resale value, and not to mention, I mean, it gives your home a whole new look, right? It's like a instant makeover. So whether you're thinking of it, whether you have a single door, double door, or that door with the side lights, they have such an experienced project consultant team that's going to help you choose the perfect new front door for your home. And if you or somebody you know, maybe you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, you could just call them. Or you can text. They're local. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. Visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Out here, in the middle of all these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. And sometimes, that's how it feels when you're going through tough times. Stress builds up, you have trouble sleeping, maybe your mind is racing and you just don't feel like yourself. So what do? We get help. Lots of people are struggling with their mental health. It's more common than you think. The good news is, there are people in our community who are here for us when times are tough. Sometimes, just talking to someone can make all the difference in the world, so we don't feel so alone. One thing you can do is visit loveyourmindtoday.org for simple steps you can take to find the right solution for you. Whether it's hearing stories about what other people are going through, or finding the resources we need to navigate the stresses in our lives. Visit loveyourmindtoday.org. That's loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$9:52, it is Kayal and Company here on a Tuesday morning as we get set to hand things off at the top of the hour to Dawn Stensland. We'll find out what she has lined up in just about a minute or two. But before we find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, we continue on with the tradition that is the live edition for Phil Almquist on a Tuesday, October 8th. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, October 8th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ray Royer from Procol Harum. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Dean Daughtry of the Atlanta Rhythm section, as well as Johnny Ramone. We also lost B.J. Wilson, Procol Harum's drummer, on this day in 90. Singles include Take the Long Way Home by Supertramp in 79, Owner of a Lonely Heart by Yes in 84, The Joker by Steve Miller in 73, and Keep Yourself Alive by Queen on the same day. Albums include Bad Motor Finger by Soundgarden in 91, Bounce by Bon Jovi in 2002, Remain in Light by the Talking Heads in 80, and Sign and Please by Autograph in 1984. Also in 2006, The Killers were atop the UK album chart with Sam's Town. In 71, Led Zeppelin 2 was enjoying its 100th week on that same chart. In 87, Chuck Berry got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 88, Keith Richards is a musical guest on SNL. And on the same day, Def Leppard's Love Bites hits number 1. But lastly, on this day in 87, the 3 members of ZZ Top make advance bookings for the first passenger flight to the moon, which obviously still hasn't happened yet. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Flawless execution, as always, from Philip. Nice work. Dawn Stensland is coming up in about 6 minutes. We find out what she has in store for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so we've got some real treats for you. What is Michael Moore? Why is he not worried? So Michael Moore, Joe Biden, the latest gaffe. We've got Kamala Trump. We will talk live again to Michael Watley, who was here in Montgomery County not too long ago, latest with DNC strategy. And remember, Biden here today in Montgomery County. So Mongo really is a battle zone. We talk about a battle state. This is, I would say, a battle county. Yes, Montgo.
Yeah.
And one of the issues I think that's hurting Democrats and helping Republicans. So we'll kind of get inside the weeds there, but there's so much going on. Oh my goodness. A lot of events that you can participate in. We'll talk about all of it coming up.
Make Montgomery County red again.
Mara.
It's been a long time, right? All right. Good stuff. Sean Ferris, thank you as always, buddy. We will chat again on Friday. Always a blast working with you, brother.
A lot of fun as always. See you guys on Friday. May the fork be with you.
Yes. Enjoy that stretch fork. Beautiful for big word salads from Kamala Harris.
It's going to be great.
Because she'll be slinging a trifecta of them today on all of these god-awful mainstream talking head shows.
That's right.
All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. Stalker's back tomorrow, and we will see you Wednesday. Bruno TBD. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS.